The next few days passed in a blur. Ben focused on figuring out what else he should test for his enchantment, as well as taking Fox's recommendations as his teacher rushed to finish a proper cloak for Thera. Apparently he was being sent off to her homeland, and since she had no real responsibilities as an adventurer, she was able to pack up and leave without worry, having been asked to go with him by Fox to look after him in the foreign nation. Not that she had any problem with it. After being cooped up for so long, it felt nice to be able to leave on a trip and get the chance to visit her parents. Ben didn't know how long he would be gone, though Fox said to expect it to take a month or two, so he left the place he was renting and asked Sonia to store his few possessions while he was away to save some money. All that was left were goodbyes before heading off. "It's going to be all right. Sure, I may be gone for a couple of months, but you have nothing to worry about," Ben spoke calmly, though he couldn't hide the sadness in his voice. "Hey now, I'm going to miss you too, but you know you can't come with me. It would be too difficult. Sonia's here for you at least. I know you two don't really talk, but she'll take good care of you. I promise I'll spend all sorts of time with you when I'm back, so try not to be too lonely, okay buddy? Ben, stop talking to your plant and let's go already," Thera said to him as she watched his overly dramatic exchange with his houseplant Frederick. "I'm just trying to calm him down. He's already feeling lonely. Has been ever since I told him I was leaving." Thera let out a long sigh. With Ben having lived with her for a few weeks at this point, she was used to the sight of the young man talking with it to practice his connect skill, but it still didn't paint a very emotional picture. Thankfully, as he prepared for another extended goodbye with it, Sonia stepped in. "I promise I'll take good care of Frederick for you, Ben. Now in the meantime, do you have everything? One of you packed the painting, right?" "I have it," Thera said. In the time they had waited for Fox to return, Ben lived up to his promise to paint a couple portraits of them together, and one was being sent off as a gift to her parents. "All right, excellent. Your mother's going to be so jealous that your first painting was with me. I can't imagine how many she'll try to commission from Ben." Thera slipped her head into her hands. "I don't want to think about it." "Both of you be good," Fox spoke up. "Thera, send my regards to your folks, and boy, don't let her parents rope you into anything crazy. Remember what I told you." "How will I know if it's crazy or not?" He wasn't exactly super familiar with succubus customs. His teacher gave it a moment's thought before giving up. "Good point. Thera, don't let him be roped into anything crazy." "I'll try my best." With their goodbyes done, they headed to a wagon on its way out to Vanissil, the closest city to Stonewall with a gate. Sonia turned to Fox as they watched the wagon go off, with her niece and Ben inside. "So he never ended up asking?" Color me shocked. The boy was probably too busy to give it any thought. "It's a shame though. I can't wait to see what his reaction will be when he comes back and asks." She looked down at the armband she was currently wearing with appreciation. Still, a plain copper armband should be lower common, right? Could an enchantment really bring it up to lower uncommon? "Absolutely, for a good enough one, but that's nothing," Fox said while he received a questioning look. Mithril already puts items into the lower uncommon range, so for Thera's it would make sense if her band was there too, but spending 10 straight hours making the enchantment was enough to get it squarely in the upper uncommon range. Fox grinned at Sonia's visible shock. He always thought taking an apprentice would be boring, but it looked like there was a lot more excitement to it than he would have guessed. "Wow, there's a lot more than I expected," Ben said when they arrived in the city. It had been a long ride, taking almost a week to get there, but it had been peaceful, and now that he was inside the city he had a sudden and intense desire to explore. "It's a typical gate city, nothing to be too excited about," Thera responded with mild indifference. "Well, the only places I've been to are a communal church and Stonewall. I would say this is pretty fantastic. It's not like there's a rush, let's take a look around." He immediately pulled Thera along as he started to wander around. There was a much greater selection of races around than at the town he was currently calling home, which meant more varieties in architecture and more foods to try, not to mention the constant crowd that filled the streets as people went to travel to or from distant lands. He was grabbing a snack from a street vendor before he knew it and started poking his head into various shops around, especially any that catered to his interests, as Thera was dragged by his whims. "That's the fourth smith you dragged me to. Is this really necessary? I'm just curious on how Fox's stuff stacks up. I know he's the best in Stonewall, but I didn't think he would still be so much better than anyone in a city like this too," he said quietly to try and avoid offending the shopkeeper. "I know Uncle is excellent at what he does, but is there really that much of a difference?" she asked curiously as she cast her eyes around the store they were currently in. It all looked the same to her. Absolutely. Take a careful look at some of the blades, you can make out some minor imperfections that I've never seen on any of his works. Honestly, I always thought Fox undercharged for his stuff, but I was never positive until now. God, I need to get to level 9 crafting so I can actually see his items rankings. You do know that most people never get past level 5 in a given skill, right? It could take the rest of your life to make it that far. Ben could only shrug. Skills improve as long as you constantly push your limits, right? I just need to keep going at it and I'll get there. You're definitely going to burn yourself out, though. When she thought back on the single-minded determination and focus he got when working on a project he was passionate about, she had to admit to herself that maybe it wasn't so impossible. Heck, if he could keep his pace, he might even make it to the 3rd tier by the very end of his life. Plus, with the benefits of a god's blessing, he was probably more likely to reach his goal than an average person. As she took a second to think on how he devoted himself to his work to the point of blindness to everything else, he grabbed her hand and dragged her out of the store, and into the next one to capture his attention. "Oh look, an enchanter's shop, I gotta see this." They entered the shop as Ben pulled Thera along and immediately started to look at the various items and tools around, trying to work out what they could do and if he would need to buy any to play with. There wasn't a huge need to get anything now, of course. Analia would presumably have its own fair share of shops to explore while he was there, but he wouldn't want to miss anything fun when the shopkeeper approached. "Are you looking for anything in particular?" inquired a black-shelled biped, not what he would classify as a hominid type like him or Thera, but he didn't have a proper reference to compare them to. "Just hoping you could point us to something fun." The shopkeeper looked at his smiling face and the cloaked Thera before making his suggestion. "Well, I do have some anti-life magic rings in the back I sure you both could dash." "Nope. No thank you, we're good." "Come on Ben," Thera said, interrupting the shopkeeper and dragging him out the door. "Hey, what's the matter, Thera?" I was curious about what he had. Thera took a deep breath and reminded herself that Ben was still reasonably new to the world, so he wasn't going to be aware of every item most people would consider common. "Ben, I'm fine to help you train your skill on occasion, and while I don't mind it too much if you drag me around somewhere, you have to keep in mind how that may look to others at times." "Huh? What do you mean? And what does that have to do with Dash?" "He was offering us birth control," she said, cutting him off to get this embarrassing conversation done as soon as possible. "They're enchanted with a life magic curse to prevent." "Well, you get the idea." She was extremely glad to have the hood at the moment to hide her expression. This was not a conversation she was expecting to have today, but at least Ben, for his part, seemed equally embarrassed, a red flush rising to his cheeks. "Ah, my bad, sorry," he told her and let go of her hand. "It's fine, that shouldn't have been the first thing to come to the shopkeeper's mind either, but some races are just a little less concerned about these things. Anyway, do you think we can move on to the gate now?" "Sure, let's go." A giant metallic arch, about 20 meters across, stood planted in the ground as groups of people slowly trickled in and out of it to get to their destination. Ben could only stare in wonder. How had it been constructed? How long did it take to enchant a beast like that with the proper spells? He would love to get the chance to look at the designs for it and would have to ask Fox if the blueprints were publicly available or if they were some closely guarded secret. If it were possible, then he was getting his hands on them. "Okay, enough gawking, let's go through already," Thera said as she dragged him past the arch to what lay beyond. Ben was hit with a strange sense of familiarity for a moment before he could figure out why. Aside from numerous people walking around and a ring of what must have been over 100 gates all leading to different locations, they were in an empty blue-gray void, with no distinction between where the ground ended and the sky began. It looked just like the divine realm of his god. "What is this place?" he asked aloud in wonder, not really expecting an answer but getting one anyway. "Unnerving, isn't it? I'm told the gods made this area for all the gates to link to instead of having one central location on the planet to keep any one group from being able to take control of the gate's center point. Try not to think too much about it, it will only freak you out." He felt like mentioning that he spent a couple nights of the week in a place just like this with his god would have only raised more questions, so instead he let Thera lead them to their destination. "Let's see, I think it's on the right," she muttered before dragging him along. As they walked, Ben took the time to look at the gates they passed, seeing the top of each one was labeled with the name of whatever country or city was beyond it, as well as being able to peek through to whatever was on the other side. He caught glimpses of strange architectures, species he didn't have names for, and landscapes he'd never have imagined, considering how his current home appeared. He wanted to keep stepping out into different areas and look at what was around, but they were already on their way to one new city. He'd just have to find another time to explore. Of course that didn't stop him from peppering Thera with questions as they went. "Hey, why are there guards outside of some of the gates?" "A few different reasons. Some nations don't want just anyone coming in or out, or there's places like the warfields and the untamed lands where you don't want someone walking in by mistake." "Why, which did we pass?" Oh, she turned her head back to look at the last guarded gate and saw exactly what it was. "The Life Valley, huh? That's there to make sure nothing gets out." "What's wrong with the Life Valley?" "It's a place where creatures with a high life affinity make their homes, including some with life affinity passive effects." "Isn't that a good thing? I would love to be able to just walk into a land and start healing from injuries." "Yeah, that sounds good in theory, until you consider that the high concentration of life affinity mana makes everything grow out of control. How would you like to spend a day there and have mold spores instantly blossom across your flesh, or whatever bacteria is present in you start to rapidly multiply and start consuming your body for resources while your body is healing itself at an accelerated rate to make up for it, so you have to either boost your food intake or waste away? Not to mention the way that anything that survives while constantly bathed in the life attribute tends to adapt to changes rapidly and in strange ways. If it wasn't for the death mountains surrounding it, there would probably be quite the issue if any of the monsters of the land got out." Ben felt a small shudder come over him. "Well, that was some horrifying mental images, thanks for that. I just want you to be aware of how dangerous some of these gates can be. You already look prepared to jump through a few." He gave her a cheeky grin and they continued on, moving by gates and eventually finding themselves in front of the one they were looking for. They took a step and were in Thera's homeland, Analia. Ben wasn't sure what he expected from the home nation of the succubi, but it wasn't this. Giant trees with crimson leaves that would put the redwoods of Earth to shame filled the city, and buildings like skyscrapers scattered around them. Metal poles jutted up around the Earth, and it took Ben a minute to figure out what they were for, but the city was far enough away from Vanasil that it was later in the day and night was falling. He could see a light gathering on the top of each pole and it clicked. Street lamps. This nation actually had street lighting set up. That fact alone left him more excited than the metropolis before him, and he couldn't wait to see what the city had to offer. While he was at the church he had learned a bit about Analia. The land was rich in magical metals and as a result self-powering enchanted items were common. So common that apparently the metal could be used to keep lights running when it got dark instead of people just lighting a torch if the need arose. Until this point Ben had been under the assumption that the world was an odd mix of medieval and what he would consider more modern technology, but he would need to reevaluate that thought. Sure, Stonewall wasn't super advanced, but enchanted items were common enough and replicated many of the creature comforts he was used to in his homeworld. And now he would get to see just what a magical society could accomplish if it had the resources for it. "Wow, this is incredible," he said honestly, though Thera seemed uncomfortable. "Yeah, it's been a while since I've been home," she shifted about awkwardly for a moment before walking off. "Anyway, it's getting late. Let's meet my parents and if you want, we can explore a bit tomorrow. Sounds good, I'm going to be jet-lagged for a few days from the looks of it. You're going to be what? Thera asked, confused. It means tired. Don't worry about it. They walked on in silence, Ben looking back and forth at all of the new sights around while Thera shuffled on, lost in thought for a while but knowing she needed to get what she needed to say out before they got to their location. Unfortunately she put it off for far too long and they were now standing in front of a large, gated building, constructed around one of the giant trees. Ben, before we head inside there's something I should probably mention, she said while fidgeting about, not meeting his eyes. Curiously and anticipation filled his face. Sure, what's up? He asked, trying to sound casual, but the excitement of the day was making it hard. It's about my parents' she started, before a voice cut her off. Lady Thera. A succubus guard who was standing by the building called out to them. We've been expecting you, please right this way. Having been spotted before she could get a word out, she couldn't help but deflate. Oh, I really should have mentioned this earlier. Just try to relax. Don't worry, everything will be great, Ben told her with a level of confidence she envied. I really doubt that, but come on. The two of them followed the guard through the building, passing numerous rooms and hallways as they went, before entering two large, ornate doors and finding an expansive, well-decorated room within, and a single woman sitting on a throne at the other end. Approach, she said in a firm voice, and as they got closer Ben couldn't help but see her resemblance to Sonia, while Thera muttered under her breath. God, she's really doing this. Greetings Thera, you seem well, the woman said with an air of dignity and command, which Thera greeted with a neutral, though slightly exasperated tone. Hello mother, as do you. The woman turned to Ben and spoke up. Greetings Ben. May the spirit of Analia ever guide you. Thera quickly turned to Ben to try and whisper at him. I'm sorry, I didn't think she would do this, just repeat after me but instead of listening to her he took 2 steps forward, got on one knee, and placed one fist on the ground and the other over his heart before speaking up. Greeting to Pelania, Queen of the Succubi. May Analia's warmth fill you and her love protect you, I am humbled to be in your presence. If Thera's face was visible everyone would have seen her mouth hanging open in shock. Queen Pelania for her part maintained her dignified air for another moment before slouching down and pouting. That's no fun, she said. Sonia said you didn't know. Don't tell me Thera worked up the will to tell you before you got here? Not really happy that you tried to pull this, or that you were betting against me for that matter mother, but I didn't. Ben, how did you know to do that? Hell, how long have you known about all this? She said, gesturing around her. He could only shrug and smile. If by all this you mean that your mom's the queen, I've known since before everything went down with Roan. I did tell you before that I received some lessons at the church about general world info and what they thought it would be good for a craftsman to know, right? You don't think they would fail to mention the fact that the price of magical metals has been plummeting for the last couple decades since the current queen was married to a great earth spirit. After you told me about your parents it wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. I was waiting for you to bring it up yourself, but since you never did I asked Fok on how to make a good impression. He was feeling pretty pleased with himself, but he was rewarded with a firm punch to the arm. You ass. Do you know how worried I was about telling you? Relax, I'm not going to treat you any different because you're a princess. I'm not a princess. We're an elected matriarchy, just because my mom has the role doesn't mean I'm taking over. She hit his arm again for good measure while he laughed. Okay, I'm sorry. He was happy to keep their little back and forth going on longer, but some laughter began to leak out from the throne so he turned to give the royal some proper attention. I have to say it's nice to see you aren't as stiff as your teacher can be. Enough of the formalities, it's nice to finally meet you Ben, I hear you've been treating my daughter well. Oh, he treats me very well. He felt bare arms wrap themselves around to his front and scratch at his chest while Thera's head placed itself on his shoulders in a display he'd never expected from her. He felt blood rush to his face and didn't know how to react to the unexpected development. "Thera, what are you doing?" As he tried to ask, he was cut off by a staff smashing into her head and knocked her to the ground. "That's not me." A still very cloaked Thera yelled angrily. "Dad, what have I said about taking my form?" The impostor gave a small tee before their shape changed to that of an impressive man, 7 feet in height with marble skin like Thera's, thick golden hair and a beard to go with it, wearing a matching outfit with the queen, a dark green toga. Ben was able to be impressed with the transformation once his pulse slowed a bit from the shock, but Thera seemed emotionally drained by this point. "Ben, let's just go back to Stonewall already. Uncle Fock definitely has other contacts you can work with." "Oh, come on, sweetheart, don't be like that. Your mom and I were just having some fun with your new friend," Thera's father said with a powerful laugh, though still rubbing his head. "And there's still so much to talk about," Pelania said, pulling out a couple of letters. "Fock and Sonia have mentioned most of it, I believe, but I'd like to hear the details from your own mouths for now." "Thera, enough with the cloak, let me see my dear daughter's face. We paid a fortune to ensure everyone working here could have an amulet. It would be ridiculous not to put them to use. Sweetheart, would you be so kind?" With a smile and a nod, her father raised his hands slightly in the air, and from the ground emerged 4 stone chairs and a small table to go with it. Penelia and her husband both moved to take seats, so Ben and Thera did the same, though Thera still seemed reluctant, and together they gave her parents a rundown on the past couple months. Their story wasn't long, but by the end of it her father looked like he was going to fly off in a rage, while his wife put a calming hand on his arm. "Honey, why is this my first time hearing about this?" "No, that doesn't matter right now. If you don't mind, it looks like I have some business to attend to. It shouldn't be too hard to find where this man is located and deal with him." His voice was low but firm, and there was a small violent glint in his eyes as he spoke, but his wife was having none of it. "This is exactly why it's your first time hearing this. They've already dealt with it by this point, and I didn't want you doing anything rash." "What are you talking about? I'm always perfectly reasonable." "Now if you'll excuse me, it sounds like he's a Zandalian, which means he must be from Flamlal. I'm just going to drop a small meteor nearby as a warning. Abris, with the invasion a few years away, I can't have you starting a side war now. Assuming we survive, that you can do what you want after," the queen said to reason with him. Ben felt a small shiver going down his spine from the conversation when Thera leaned over to him and whispered into his ear. "Don't worry too much, Mom just said that so Dad would take some time to cool down. He can be a little impulsive when he's mad." "Don't make him mad, I hear you loud and clear." "Anyway," Pelania continued, "as displeased as I am personally about everything that occurred, that's not why you're here. Fock tells me you've come up with a way to block passive magics and asked me if I would provide assistance to you. There are plenty of charlatans around who have used the same line to try and gather wealth and resources from me, but given the fact that it's my old friend saying it, I'm sure there's something more to it." I'm not sure how much Fock explained in his letter. There's been some success and some failure. I was able to restrain Sonia's magic without issue, but unfortunately I only slightly reduced the power of Thera's. I was told you might be able to help gather more subjects to test it on? The queen gave a small nod. "We've set up a number of appointments for you tomorrow. Starting in the morning, you'll have a variety of succubi and incubi, as well as diplomats with different passive effects from various embassies in the city coming by to be fitted with one of your enchantments." "Okay, well, this is happening a bit faster than I expected." He couldn't keep the surprise from his face or voice. Thera's mother gave him an alluring smile. "Assuming this works as well as I've been led to believe, then as queen I have no choice but to support your work for the sake of my people. We have plenty of braces and armbands already made up for you, so you'll just need to set up the enchantment, correct?" "That's right." "Excellent. In that case, I'll have someone wake you in the morning. Expect to be occupied for the entire day. After we see the results, of course, we'll figure out where to go from there. In the meantime, let's have dinner brought in. Abris, be a dear and make the table a little bigger for when the other two come in, and let's move on to a more interesting topic of conversation. How long have you two been dating?" Ben felt himself choke, while Thera faced her mom's smile with an unimpressed look. "He's just a friend, Mother. don't make things weird. What a boring answer, but fine for now. In that case, has anything developed between Falk and Sonia yet? Also no. Penelope gave a long exaggerated sigh. Master and apprentice both have such beautiful women in their lives, and neither do anything about it. Ben, I take back what I said about you not being as stiff as Falk. Ask out my daughter immediately, I want grandchildren. Infinite hell's mom, are you trying to make things as weird as you can? Thera asked with her head in her hands. Oh? Is the issue you don't like him? He seems to be a nice young man. Maybe a little plain-faced, but he has some nice muscles at least. The way Penelope looked him up and down, as if appraising a piece of meat put him a little on edge, and he was getting the distinct impression that he wasn't going to have much luck dealing with either of Thera's parents' antics. That's not, I mean look, we're just friends. You know why I'm not looking for any romance, she said in a huff, already tired of being home. He could feel Thera getting more and more frustrated and decided to try to help her out, partially because he didn't know what to do in this conversation himself. Excuse me, don't mind me bluntly changing the topic and all, but is something going on between Falk and Sonia? Oh, you didn't know, Penelope almost screamed in delight. Falk saved my sister's life years ago, and she's been smitten with him ever since. It's a shame he's so focused on work and can't even notice the beautiful woman by his side. Maybe I'll visit in a year or so and finally beat some sense into him. Is Falk even aware of her feelings? Ben had to ask. I know he considers her a good friend, but I've never really gotten the vibe from him. I don't think Uncle's ever been one for that sort of thing, Thera answered. I've never seen him with any partners around at least, though plenty of people aren't interested in other races if the resemblance between species is weak, and well, you know how his people look. Yeah, if the women of Falk's race look as gorilla-like as himself, Sonia probably has quite the hurdle to face. He quietly thought to himself. He had been taking it for granted since he currently made his home in a nation founded by mixed breeds, but the majority of people tended to reproduce within their own species. He's been single for as long as I've known him as well, Abris interjected. Of course I'm not one to judge. Romance wasn't even a part of my culture until I met my sweet Penelope. Oh, Abris, you gentleman, you picked it up quite well, his wife told him, staring into his eyes as they got lost in their own little world. You know, every time I come home I'm reminded of how nice it is to no longer live here, Thera said when seeing their display. I think it's nice you have parents who still love each other after years of being together. It's sweet. Maybe, but it would be sweeter if they toned it down a little when other people are around. Sorry about all this. Don't sweat it. I'm a little shocked to see your personalities are so different though. We aren't that different, Penelope said once she was done flirting with her husband. It's just that she takes after Sonia a bit more. You and my sister are both so reserved all the time. That's why Falk hasn't noticed her yet. You need to be careful not to follow in her footsteps and take what you want in life. Well, I have plenty of time to figure out what it is I want, so there's no rush, Thera said dismissively, trying to keep the topic from returning to her own love life. You may be surprised, it seemed like the Queen wanted to say more, but a knock came from the door. Oh, that must be the other two. Please come in. What other two? Ben asked Thera, but she only shrugged. The doors opened and two figures walked in. One he recognized immediately as his former classmate Carly, but he couldn't help but ignore her as he stared at the other person to walk in. You're fucking kidding me, he unintentionally spoke aloud. Yeah, I reacted pretty similarly too. Nice to see you, Ben, Carly said when she came in. Unsure of what was going on, Thera turned to him. What's the matter, Ben? Is everything okay? She seemed mildly concerned, but he needed a second to put his thoughts in order and process what he was seeing. He'd seen plenty of different races in this world, some that seemed familiar to various myths and some that seemed completely foreign to him, but he never expected this. Standing at maybe 4.5 feet tall, with a small body and large head, with giant black eyes but a tiny nose and mouth, and its most distinctive feature of all, completely gray flesh, the alien, what conspiracy blogs across the earth would call a gray, stood before him. What are you staring at, lowworlder? Was the first thing to come out of the creature's mouth, making Ben realize he'd been a bit rude. Sorry about that, your appearance caught me a little off guard was all. You ain't too pretty yourself, it said while looking Ben up and down. Globalgork, stop being a dick. You know exactly why he's staring, maybe if your people didn't suck so much he wouldn't have reacted like that, Carly told the Grey, apparently Globalgork, off. These are both of our nation's summoned heroes, I assume, Mother? Thera asked. What exactly did his people do? Wait, he was summoned as well? So does that mean, Ben trailed off, but Carly knew exactly what he was asking. Well, it's a little more complicated, but basically yes. He's actually one of the aliens people would see on Earth, instead of the language system making appropriate connections between a race and a pre-existing concept like the succubi, his former classmate explained to him. Ben rested his arms on the table and placed his head in his hands. I really hate this world sometimes. He could only be grateful that he wouldn't have to suffer through all the crazies who thought they'd been abducted feeling like they were right. God, for all I know they really were right. Ben, come on, what's wrong? Thera asked again, looking for an answer from someone. Remember we once spoke about a race who discovered that one of the creatures from their legends actually existed? I'm currently going through that. She still seemed confused, so Carly took over the explanation. You're Thera, right? I'm his old classmate. Anyway, he's probably just a little uncomfortable about the fact that this asshole's people occasionally stop by Earth to play pranks on rednecks and military pilots instead of actually making contact. At least that's what bothered me when I found out, Carly explained, shooting the little alien beside her dirty looks. As an answer it gave a very human-like shrug. What's the point in making contact with a bunch of lowworlders? Not like you lot have anything to offer but entertainment. Instead of giving a response, she kicked out his knee and walked over to the table as the small alien fell to the ground. Pelania, Abris, thanks for having us for dinner. Thera's parents didn't seem to pay any attention to the little alien on the floor and immediately started to talk with Carly about how the day's been while Thera and Ben could only watch the exchange. So his race exists in your world then? Thera asked Ben. I guess? I mean, not my world, but looks like we share a universe. Still wrong. Globalgork yelled as he pulled himself up. My people exist in a much higher plane of reality. We aren't stuck in some pathetic lower level of existence. Thera turned to Ben. I'm pretty sure he's insulting you, but Ben couldn't give much of a response. This was a lot to process. Oh well, he's stuck in this universe too. Wait, he turned to the alien he decided should be referred to as Glob for the sake of convenience. Does that mean your race can travel across universes? Could you bring us home? The room fell silent when he asked it, but he had to know. Unfortunately, he got the answer he was expecting. Every one of you asked the same thing. No, do you think I'd still be on this doomed garbage planet if that was an option? Our bodies were remade from the materials of this universe, the small alien said dismissively. Even if the language system makes connections to materials from your universe when naming it, the finer properties like boiling point, melting point, atomic mass, and a bunch of other things are going to be slightly different. Not to mention my people don't travel across universes. We manipulate energies to create illusions, to make people see us, while peering into other realities ourselves. I see, of course there was no going home. If there was, why would Glob still be here if he could get out? He felt a hand squeeze his under the table and looked to Thera and gave her a small smile, before turning back to Glob. So why do your people do that anyway then? If not establish contact, then what's the point? Glob gave him a look as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world. It's fun to fuck with lowworlders, obviously. Ben looked at him incredulously before turning to Carly, who could only give a shake of her head. I wanted to be sure this prick wasn't just messing with me, so I asked for this to be confirmed with some of the others he was summoned with. Unfortunately, it looks like the answer to why we haven't heard from other intelligent life is because it sucks. Cool. Don't mind me, just going to use my favorite strategy to avoid an existential crisis, namely doing his best to not think too hard about it. Carly, how have you been? How's working with the Succubus Kingdom? It's not too bad. Being teamed up with this guy sucks, but it's pretty exciting in its own way, and the money's good. Training every day can be exhausting, but it's nice to keep busy. Other than that, not much I can say. How about you? What have you been up to since? Well, I've been working as an apprentice craftsman, he said, trying to move past the awkward conversation of him being left behind as fast as possible. I do a bit of adventuring on the side too with Thera. The last few months actually ended up being pretty fun minus a few hiccups. I'll bet. So you find yourself a job and end up friends with a princess, not too shabby, she said with a grin that he returned. I'll say, maybe the universe felt it owed me a little luck or something. When he thought about it, the few connections he had in the world were apparently a bit more powerful than he had initially thought. Thera and Sonia being related to royalty, even if they technically weren't royal themselves, was pretty cool. It also meant his teacher probably had some interesting things going on in his past, to be close enough to an earth spirit and queen that their daughter thinks of him as an uncle. He was definitely going to have to probe him for information at some point. So you're one of the folks that decided not to take a kingdom's offer? Glob asked, curiously. Thought you could make it on your own, huh? No nation made me any offers, Ben awkwardly explained, causing Glob to immediately break into laughter. Wait, you're the forgotten one? Ha, oh man, it sucks to be you. Carly went to punch him, but a small force field seemed to materialize in front of her fist before it could reach his face. Though the queen's death glare couldn't be stopped. Globalgork enough. Ben is currently a guest, and if what he's created works, he'll have done a far greater service to the people of this world than you could have a chance to until the invasion starts. Mind your manners. What did you make? Carly asked out of curiosity. Does the system let you cause psychic damage with your paintings now? It's private, but no. Why is that the first thing your mind goes to? Ben asked her. Because I've seen some of your art in school. A guy tries to properly convey the theme he's given one time and nobody lets it go. He happened to like making regular paintings too, but heaven forbid anyone in his class ever brought those up. Actually, speaking of paintings, Thera interjected and dug through her bag, pulling out the painting they brought as a gift and handing it over to her parents. Sonia got Ben to paint this, she wanted us to bring it to you. The picture was of Thera and Sonia seated in their living room, looking like they were in the middle of a conversation, and Ben was pretty proud of how it turned out. He hadn't had access to a large range of colors, but he'd made perfect use of what he did have available, and clearly Thera's mom thought so, as well as small tears began forming in her eyes as soon as she saw the painting. Thera, this is absolutely wonderful. And Ben, you're the one who painted this? It's gorgeous. Oh, I'm going to need you to do some paintings for me. I'll make sure you're fairly compensated, of course. Yeah, sure, that's no problem, he told them, but a question arose in his mind. But couldn't you have gotten an artist to just wear a darkness resistance amulet? It seems like you have plenty around. Perhaps now I could, the queen said after giving it a moment's thought. But as Thera grew up, there simply wasn't an enchanter we could find with the skill level or darkness resistance to make one. We've spent a considerable amount of our own funds raising up an enchanter who came close to the necessary resistance once Thera was born, but even now those amulets can only get to a resistance of 24, so we have to ensure anyone working around her will still have a particularly strong will. It's good enough that any effects she has will be manageable for those around her at least, but still not perfect. This explanation only left Ben more confused though. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How could you only find an enchanter that could get up to 24 for its resistance? And what about Fox Amulet? Hasn't he used it to interact with Thera since she was a kid? From what my sister has told me, I'm aware your resistance levels make you quite the outlier, but the vast majority of people only have resistances up to 15. People like myself and Sonia, who have even one resistance in the 40s, are very unusual. And that's in one our race as a whole is considered to have in higher than average levels. Having found an enchanter who has a darkness resistance of 30 was quite the blessing for us, and we still had to spend almost 2 decades to get him to level 7 in enchanting. As for Falk, the sorts of materials and technique he put into making his own amulet aren't something we could hope to replicate on a large or even small scale, unfortunately. It was something he spent over a year making once Thera was born and he learned about her situation. That was more than he was expecting, to be sure. Getting Falk to explain how he had made his amulet was added to the ever-growing list of things he needed to bother his teacher about, but he also couldn't help but be a little shocked to hear how hard it was to find an enchanter that could add high resistances. Falk did once tell him he could make a living by enchanting with his resistances. Maybe he should make some simple amulets of every attribute in his spare time to make some money while he continued his training. With his agreement to make a few paintings secured, they continued to chat on for a while until food was served, meals similar to what Sonia had made a few times while he had stayed with her, but significantly fancier. He couldn't help but wonder if they had a fully staffed kitchen in the back working throughout the day, but if the nation was as well off as he'd been led to believe, it shouldn't surprise him. Thinking about how wealthy the land was brought a question to his mind he had to ask. "Hey Abris, I've been wondering, how do you find so much mithril? Can you summon it from other places or what?" "Well, I probably could summon it if I needed to, but that would be theft from whoever owned it or from whatever nation I rip it from the grounds of. Since I'm not allowed to start wars willy-nilly, I just do this." He held out his hand and Ben could see and feel the energies of the room changing and condensing around it, until suddenly it was gone, replaced with a small sphere of what Ben was sure was mithril. The earth spirit gently tossed it to him and Ben carefully examined it. "Here, keep it as payment for your future paintings." "Was that," he began, and Thera answered his question. "Materialization. Dad's way of making the nation prosper." Materialization, directly changing mana into something else. It was considered the highest form of earth and water magic, and the mana cost was astronomical. Even if a person had the necessary skill level to pull it off, they frequently wouldn't have enough mana to truly make it worthwhile to use, perhaps managing to produce some pebbles, or a mouthful of water. "Wait, you're just making it out of nothing? That's insane. So you could make infinite magic materials with your level of power then?" Ben knew spirits had access to some ridiculous mana pools and mana regeneration, so he couldn't help but view the person in front of him as an infinite material dispenser briefly before he was shot down. "No, that would most certainly kill me," Abris casually said. Thera went on to explain for her father. "When mana-based lifeforms like my father used magic, they're using their actual bodies to cast their spells. Use too much magic and they'll cease to exist." Ben was interested for about a second until he found himself gripped with panic. "Wait, does that mean when I got you to use an earthwave I almost killed you?" He felt his heart pounding, and it must have shown on his face since she placed a calming hand on his arm before answering. "No, you don't have to worry. While I have a high mana level because of my heritage, I'm carbon-based like you." "Well, presumably carbon-based, the point is I have a true physical body that isn't made of mana. The form you see my dad with is just a construct he chooses to use. Ordinarily, he would be nothing more than a mass of earth mana." He felt himself sigh in relief. He knew he had put them both in danger when they faced Roan's monster group, but he thought he had understood it. If she could have died from casting her spell, he wasn't sure what he would do. "So does that mean you can't shapeshift like your dad?" "Of course not," she said, sounding almost offended by the idea. "This is just me." After watching Ben panic for a bit and quietly laughing to herself, the queen spoke up. "All right, this is as good a time to end dinner as any. Thera, take Ben to the spare room in your hallway. Abris will pick him up in the morning to lead him to the volunteers. Carly and Glob, it's almost time for your appointments, you don't want to be late." "Off to do something fun?" Ben asked his old classmate. "I was hoping to chat a bit more. I haven't seen another human in almost a year." "Yeah, sorry, we'll have to meet up while you're here. I just have to go to, therapy," Glob stated. Being trapped in a world with a bunch of low-worlders would drive anyone insane. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the small alien. Okay, yes, therapy. But not for Glob's stupid racist reasons. A lot of otherworlders need a bit of help adjusting, okay? She looked at Ben, almost daring him to say something about it, but he had other thoughts on his mind, and a quick flickering of emotions across his face that only Thera noticed. No worries, I get it, this is all still pretty crazy. Let's meet sometime later. Carly became a bit less defensive and gave him a parting smile. Sounds good. Later then. With everything sorted for the day, they all parted. Thera led Ben to his room as he was lost in his thoughts. And this is your room, I'll be just down the hall if you need anything, but for now I'll show you around, Thera said after bringing him where he would be staying. The room he entered was far larger than it needed to be, but when he considered the size of the building they were in that was supposedly for her family and the occasional political event, he shouldn't have been too taken aback. They'd had to go up a couple flights of stairs, and the room was more the size of a small apartment, but the bed looked incredibly comfy, so he wasn't going to complain. That and large windows that looked out into the city, he was sure it would be a comfortable stay, at least once he got his mind in order. He kicked off his shoes and walked over to the bed, then immediately flopped into it. Thanks for showing me, Thera, I'll see you tomorrow. He laid there, preparing to sink into his thoughts, but he didn't hear the sound of footsteps leaving and raised his head to see her still standing there. Something on your mind? He asked, ignoring the siren song of the bed. That's what I want to know. Are you doing okay? Of course, why wouldn't I be? She didn't say a word, just quietly stared at him and waited. He could see she wasn't planning on giving up, so he did. Fine, I don't know, jealous I guess? Self-pitying maybe? Just generally unhappy to learn that on top of everything else all the other summoned are getting, they're getting access to some actual mental help while I'm stuck sorting myself out. It's dumb and petty, and I'll get over it. It wasn't something he liked saying out loud. It made him feel silly and small, but those were the feelings he was currently trying to deal with. Meeting Carly again just brought to mind how much better off everyone from his class was than him. It wasn't how he wanted to feel, but he couldn't escape it either. Thera looked like she didn't know what to say. Asking what was wrong was easy enough, but actually helping was a whole other issue, though she wanted to try anyway. Is that something you want? To work as a country summoned hero, I mean? I know you're hiding that you're the one who made these braces, but if you reveal yourself as the creator to the world, I'm sure a lot of nations that ignored you before will be fighting over who would get you. Heck, my mom would probably be the first to make you an offer. I wouldn't be surprised if she does anyway. It hurt to say, Thera didn't really want Ben leaving Stonewall when he was her only friend and adventuring companion there, but if it would make him happier, not to mention help him deal with living in this world, how could she stop him? Much to her relief, though, he shook his head. No. Honestly, if this had come up in my first couple months I'd been here maybe I would have, but I have a life now. I like learning from Falk and working with you. I like Stonewall too, it's a nice place to live. All of which makes how I'm feeling even dumber. You don't need to worry about me, Thera, I'll feel better once I get some sleep. Alright, if you're sure. I am, he said, giving her his most confident smile. Anyway, come grab me and show me around town a bit tomorrow, okay? I need to see as much as I can while I'm here. Okay, I'll find you when you're done. Good night, Ben. Night, Thera. As she walked out of his room and closed his door, Ben continued to lay down, staring at the ceiling and trying to push away his thoughts for the night. As he opened his eyes and found himself in Myriad's divine realm, he couldn't help but notice his god looking slightly more radiant than usual. What's up, Myriad? You're looking brighter, I guess? Ho ho, some good fortune has finally come my way, Ben. Sakhel has finally accepted me as her god. Not to mention that she's been giving me some prayers here and there ever since you told her about me. Now I finally have a second believer. Ever since he'd first told her about his god, Ben had met up with her a couple more times to talk him up and sing his praise, and it looked like it had just paid off. It was genuinely exciting stuff, though his first instinct was to point out that only 2 believers still probably put him at the least amount of any other god, barring forbidden ones of course, but he resisted to not ruin Myriad's mood. Though just by having the thought go through his head, his god was able to hear it and noticeably shrank. Oops. Trying to quickly rebuild some of the positivity that was just lost, Ben cheered him on. That's fantastic. Man, who would have guessed you would get another this soon? Ben certainly thought it would never actually happen, so this was quite the win. Myriad seemed to shake in exasperation, showing more emotion than what Ben would have expected from a sentient floating cube at least. You could stand to put a bit more effort in, you know. Now you only need to find me 4 more believers. It took a minute for Ben to figure out what his god was talking about. Right, the quest. Yeah, I guess I just need a few more, huh? You forgot about it, Myriad said, deadpan and staring into him. No point in trying to hide it from someone who can hear your thoughts. It just slipped my mind is all. Can you blame me? I thought it was impossible. You could at least be a little more invested. I'll be raising your job level by 6 if you can do this for me. That honestly doesn't feel like much for the amount of effort it will take. That's more than a level per person. Plus you're already pretty high into your craftsman job. If you can get this done before you complete it, you could be saving a bunch of time. Well, that's true. I should probably expect it for the one following this at the earliest though. I'm pretty sure I'll be done this one in a couple months. That's a whole other issue. Aren't you feeling burnt out at all? No, why? You've been working too hard. Your level will rise with the amount of effort you put in, but yours has been going up surprisingly fast. I don't know what to tell you, Myriad, I'm having fun. Why wouldn't I work hard on something I enjoy? His god let out a long sigh. Easy to say, but not something many can truly put into practice. Okay, if you say it's nothing, then it's fine. In that case, what about your more emotional issues? It's nothing, just a little jealousy like I told Thera. I'll deal with it. If Myriad had a body, he'd be rubbing his head. The event of Ben's summoning nearly a year ago still weighed on the boy, but he didn't know how he could help. He had no experience leading hominid types, let alone humans. He didn't want his apostle to work himself to death to avoid confronting his feelings, but as far as he could see the boy genuinely loved what he did, instead of just using it as a coping mechanism. So he put the matter on hold. Fine. Just remember you can come to me for advice. Part of my role is guiding my followers after all. When she'd woken up for the day, the sun had already risen. From the looks of it, it had been for a few hours. She had been feeling emotionally drained by the time she got to her room in the night, so she had promptly fallen asleep. Now that she was up though, she took some time to put her small amount of luggage away and pulled out some clothing she hadn't worn in the time since she'd left home. Once that was done, she turned to the bookshelf in her room. When she left her homeland, she had taken only a few of her favorites, but by this time she had reread them enough that she needed a change, and grabbed one off the shelf to dip into for a while. It was the legend of a lone Cilia hero, and how they fought off a small army of invaders on their homeworld, giving as much time as possible for people to escape. Like any story about the fall of a world, this one didn't have a happy ending. The world was still lost, but thanks to that one legendary figure's actions, scores of people had been saved. She was just about to open it for a read when she heard a knock on the door, so she left it at her bedside and went to answer. It was one of the house servants, asking her to come down to enjoy a late brunch with her mother. Since everyone should have an amulet on, she hadn't bothered to wear her cloak, but when she saw the look in their eyes, she immediately went back to grab it before letting herself be led down to the dining room. The arm brace Ben made her should have put her comfortably in the safe range for the amulets, where even weaker-willed people would be safe, but that wouldn't change the fear people felt. It was one thing to know a tool would keep you safe, but another to really put your trust in it. At least when she wore her cloak, it put something more visible between them. It made it easier for people if they couldn't actually see her. They made their way down to the dining room and found her mother already seated, with plates of food spread out in front of her and waiting. Pelenia gave her a silent look, no doubt wondering why she was still wearing her cloak inside, before dismissing the servant, but immediately cut to the heart of the matter once they were gone. What did she do? Nothing, they just looked like they would feel more comfortable if I wore this. Don't worry about it, can we not make a big deal of this for once? She silently begged, but it never worked out that conveniently. I'll relieve them of their duties here immediately then. You don't need to fire her, you know, just give her some leave while I'm here. She had seen plenty of staff let go over the years for not being able to tolerate her magic, and the guilt was there each time. Her mother had a different view of things though. If the staff aren't fit to serve my daughter, then they aren't fit to work for me. Don't worry, I'll set her up with a decent job elsewhere, but I can't have someone here who isn't comfortable doing the work. Thera held in a sigh. She always hated dealing with the staff her mother hired. If they weren't falling to the effects of her magic, then they looked at her with discomfort in their eyes, always afraid that either their amulets or her cloak would fail and that they would unexpectedly find themselves in a new line of work. Sure, there were some decent ones here she could interact with normally, but people had lives and would move on to other things if the need arose. Finding out how any new hires would react was always tough. Her mother, used to seeing where her train of thoughts was leading, brushed off the current topic of conversation in favor of a new one. So Thera, are you enjoying living out in Stonewall, barring all of the ugliness of the last month of course? She thought that there was a lot more ugliness than just the last month when it all came to a head, but if she ignored that, the answer was obvious to her. Yes, I've been having a lot of fun recently, a bright smile painting her face, despite herself. And why wouldn't she be? Her hunts had been going more successful, she finally leveled up her earth magic, and soon she would be able to change her job from apprentice mage, which she'd been stuck on for a while. Not to mention that she had been eating decent meals when Sonia was working late at the clinic, she was winning a lot of lomage, and she had someone to talk to on a regular basis. Of course her mother could see right though where her line of thought was going. It looks like your new friend has been good for you, she said with a teasing smile, though Thera could only groan as she thought back to the way her parents had acted the night before. Forget about it, Mom. Why did you have to be like that? It was mortifying. I just wanted to see what the first young man my daughter's grown close to was like. What's wrong with that? Okay, but did you have to say all that stuff about dating and grandchildren? Were you trying to traumatize me, or did you just want to make sure I never bring a guest again? He's not really your guest, he's here on Fox's request. Still, she was willing to relent a bit. Though I admit I may have gone a bit overboard, I just wanted to get a feel for the boy my daughter may be spending her life with. Gods, you call that relenting? Why are you insisting that that's going to happen? I'm just happy having someone who isn't going to go insane around me. That isn't even to mention the issues of our lifespans. Ben will maybe live another 80 years tops, and well, who knows how long I will. It felt like her mother always knew what to say to get a rise out of her, whether the queen intended to or not, and it made her miss staying with her aunt all the more. At least Sonia was never this outrageous. Romance between races would always have to take into account lifespan. While a mixed breed could typically estimate their lifespan by averaging that of their parent races, spirits didn't have a limited lifespan, instead only dying if they were killed or their mana was used up too rapidly. Thera, being a cross between that and a succubus, which could expect roughly 200 years of life, wouldn't be able to know how long her lifespan would be until she had reached its end. A small chuckle came from behind her and a voice spoke up. It seems a tad silly to worry about a difference in lifespans with the fate of the world in the balance in the next few years, but why don't we put this on hold for now, Pelania? Thera turned and found what looked like a cloud of darkness, shaped in the form of a succubus standing behind her, and she broke into a grin. Auntie Funa. I didn't realize you were here. Funa opened her shadowy arms and invited Thera in for a hug. Your mother asked me to handle Carly's training and I couldn't refuse. It's wonderful to see you, child. Funa's establishment as Thera's aunt was a lot like Fox's relationship as her uncle. There was no blood between them, it was more to do with her relationship with her parents. Namely that she was the great darkness spirit, someone who had known her father since before the loss of their world, and essentially a living avatar of dark magic. Well, we'll at least put the conversation on hold for now, Pelania relented. Now come have a seat so we can enjoy breakfast. They all sat down to chat and catch each other up on life, Thera once again talking about the events of the last few months, while Funa discussed how Carly's training had been progressing. She was essentially her first apprentice, and she was quite proud of the work her student was putting in. Of course the offer to help train you is always open as well, you know, Funa said, not for the first time, but Thera politely declined. Perhaps one day she would want to take the time to train up her charm magic to get it to a level where she could control it, but for now it would only make her life more difficult if its power increased before it could get to that point. She was lucky her aunt was nowhere near as pushy as her mother and was willing to gracefully drop the topic without a fight. They continued on for a while longer before everyone finished eating and Pelenia decided she wanted to move on to her next task of the day. Thera, I'm going to check on how things are going for your friend, would you care to join me? You're of course welcome to join as well, Funa. I'll have to pass this time, Funa told them. I'll need to meet with Carly soon for her lessons. I'll join you. I told Ben I would show him around the town for a bit when he was done today, so it would be good to see how far off he is. Her mother could only laugh. Well, I think that will have to be moved to tomorrow, sorry. I scheduled enough appointments for the boy that he probably won't finish them until late into the night if he doesn't need to stop to rest. I just thought I would challenge him a little. She was about to tell her mom off, but the way Ben treated his work passed through her mind, and she decided that it would probably be fine. Alright, well let's go. Her lack of reaction left Pelenia confused for a moment before she brushed it off and they walked out to where Ben was working. A small guest building had been constructed around back, she suspected by her father, and it was apparently where Ben was working to enchant all of the braces. As they neared it, though, her mother seemed to be confused. Did they wander off while they wait? Maybe just taking a break? Pelenia muttered to herself. Something wrong, Mom? Oh no, just thinking out loud. Come on, let's see how things are going. They stepped into the room to find Ben and her father alone in the room and on the ground talking, with a long tube of metal between them. Myriad, do you seriously not have any idea what it might be? My race didn't produce technology the same way others did, there wasn't a need to know something like this. How do you destroy an entire planet without any technology? We specialized in ritual magics, chemistry is far outside of my available knowledge. Ben let out a sigh. He says he doesn't know Abris, are you sure you've never heard of it? I could easily have encountered it in my life, just not by that name, or it could be as Globalgork said yesterday about names being translated to match equivalents. Perhaps there simply isn't something similar enough that it would be called that name, or maybe its makeup is different enough that even if it does the same thing it wouldn't be recognized as such. God, what a pain, Ben said dejectedly. Looks like that's one dream down the drain. And today was going so well too. As he sat down and stared at the tube in front of him, someone took a seat to his side. What's the matter? Thera asked as she looked at what he and her father were staring at. Oh hey, since we finished up with all the braces I thought I would try and get your dad to help me with something since he was here watching anyway, but it looks like it was a bust. You already finished? Penelia's surprised voice came from behind him before moving to her husband's side. I had 40 people waiting for you, from what Sonia said I thought it would take you a couple days. It seemed she wasn't even going to try and hide that she had given him an unreasonable amount of work, but it didn't much matter to Ben. They all had significantly less mana than Sonia, so it wasn't too hard, plus my skill leveled up from being in contact with all of those different minds, so it got a little faster too. He had the chance to interact with 25 succubi and incubi, as well as around 15 members of a variety of other races with passive magics in the city. It really showed him the importance of practicing in a variety of ways instead of just interacting with the same people over and over again. You gotta level up? Lucky, Thera said with a small hint of envy. He knew she struggled getting her own skills up, at least when it came to her magics, but he wasn't going to be keeping any secrets when it came to his skills around her if they were going to be working together. Who knew what could be necessary to save their lives when they were hunting one day, which was why he also included his other bit of good news. Actually, I also got a new skill called Hidden Mind. It looks like trying to keep my thoughts and feelings from leaking into 40 people paid off. The name seemed self-explanatory enough. it was a skill that hid his mind from others. He had just been trying to keep any of his lingering feelings from bothering anyone he dealt with today, but it looked like it worked out for him. Not that he was sure how many skills had mind-reading aspects to them like his own, but it didn't hurt to have at least. So now when you practice you'll be able to hear my thoughts but I won't be able to hear yours? That's not fair, she told him with a pout. It's not that different yet. Here, he grabbed her hand and connected with her. Since his level went up again it no longer felt like mutterings from her. Instead right away he could tell she was embarrassed about having her hand held in front of her parents after the scene they made yesterday, and he let go. How was that from your perspective? She gave him a complicated look for a moment before answering. Your thoughts were definitely more clear than before you leveled up, but it still mostly felt mumbled. I could, however, pick up on the fact that you had a pretty good idea what I was thinking. He tried to laugh it off. Well, it is part of the package after all. I'm sure with some practice you could get the skill as well. Besides, since my connect leveled up we should redo your brace later to see how much it affects it. At least since I got this it should make it a bit easier for you to sleep. Fine. So what were you talking to Myriad about then? Myriad? Pelania asked, looking around. She had certainly heard Ben say the name, but there was nobody else there. It was Abris who answered for her. It seems our girls found herself an apostle. For a ridiculously minor god, Ben clarified. Hey. You know it's true and I don't want them to think I'm trying to tempt away their daughter with a powerful god. Fine. Penelia gave him an appraising look for a moment before continuing. Alright then, so what was the combined knowledge of an otherworld, a great spirit, and a god hoping to achieve? It was here Ben deflated, losing all the energy he had from talking about his other successes of the day. Trying to figure out what saltpeter is. Can you elaborate please? She wasn't sure what she was expecting, but trying to figure out what sounded like a spice could be was not it. I was trying to make a weapon from my world, he elaborated. Something called a gun. I figured I would try and construct one in the simplest form I could think of and basically just make a metal tube, some ball bearings, and an explosive powder. The issue is the powder. From what I remember it was historically made of sulfur, I think charcoal, and saltpeter. The big issue is that none of us know what saltpeter is, or even if it exists in this universe at all. And you decided to make a weapon in my backyard? The queen asked with a raised eyebrow. She didn't seem mad, just curious about what led to this turn of events. Ben only shrugged. I wasn't exactly keeping it a secret since I was getting your husband's help. I just figured while I had an earth spirit available who was willing to lend some aid I would see how hard it could be. I wasn't expecting this to be the roadblock I would come across. I figured I would just be spending a few months trying to figure out what ratios I needed to make it work. But why make this at all? Thera asked him. There are plenty of weapons you could already make, right? Or you could just buy something, like a sword or a bow. I'm trying to cut out as much of the learning curve I can. As far as I can tell both of those things need practice, not to mention I think my strength and agility attributes are a bit low, or at least low enough that I don't want to bet my life on them. I'm sure guns have some learning curve, but they seem lighter and more straightforward, plus when they were introduced in my world swords seemed to be tossed to the wayside. Of course since my world doesn't have magic or skills I guess it's a bit hard to compare. So you're giving up? Thera asked him. Not sure what else I can do. I don't have much interest in being a fighter anyway, I just figured it would be good for a bit of extra protection in case things ever look bad while we're out. Not so fast, Pelania spoke up. Thera dear, you said you were planning on showing Ben around the city, yes? Since he's done so early why not take him out now and visit the crafting guild after? It's a real branch unlike what you'd have in Stonewall, which means there's going to be a proper guild library. You may be able to find some info there. Really, that's great. Ben almost cheered, life returning to his face. He grabbed Thera's hand and started to drag her along. Let's go right away, we have hours of sunlight left after all. Fine, no need to pull. I guess we'll be back for dinner later, Mom. Of course, you both have fun now. She watched them go off with a smile, the whole time the gears in her mind turned as plans were formed and changed. Ben, I know you're excited, but can we take a bit of a break? Thera couldn't help but ask. They had decided to look around the city for a couple hours before getting to the guild, but Ben had been rushing around like he wouldn't get the chance to see the city again once they were done. He had to go into any shop that caught his interest and got more food than he would ever possibly need from any cart that smelled tempting enough to him. It was getting ridiculous. We can go out again tomorrow, so let's take things a little slower for a bit. My bad, sorry. It's just all so exciting, you know? And why wouldn't it be? Analia was basically a fully modern city, skyscrapers and all, situated within a giant forest. It wasn't like anything he'd ever seen before. The people dressed in brightly colored togas, going about their daily lives, and there was street art to pass, and monuments to see. He couldn't help but go full tourist from it all. Still, he eased up for Thera. Thank you. Come on, let's take a seat for a bit and eat some of your pile of food while it's fresh. I know a good place to sit ahead. She led him for about 5 minutes before they arrived at a small stone fence, at just the right height to act as a seat at the edge of the city. He was sure the view beyond was beautiful, but it was the fence that took his breath away. Holy crap. Thera, what the hell is this? He had run ahead and was peering down at it, running his hand along the stone. To an ordinary person it probably looked like plain rock, well put together, but nothing special. To Ben though it looked divine. His mana sense had improved with his level, and while that would normally mean being able to feel the way mana was woven through something he was touching still, whatever enchantment was on the wall made it positively glow to him. He could see the enchantments contained within what he thought was ordinary stone, but with a complexity and density that he was sure it should have shattered long before it reached its current state. Delicate weaves of mana he didn't know if he would ever be able to pull off himself were strung together as if in a tapestry, and he knew there was significantly more he couldn't make out, his sight was still too weak. He couldn't help but curse himself for not having a higher level of enchanting to properly examine what was before him and swore that he would come back here again. There were things he could learn in this wall. I'm honestly a little jealous your sense is so good at your enchanting level. I'd love to know what the magic of a god looked like with my own 2 eyes, she said, dropping a bombshell on him. I'm sorry, a god? She nodded. This is the entrance to the trial of Analia and Talona. When the succubi homeworld was conquered, survivors were taken into the trial for safety as Analia used all of her strength to escape. This fence is the boundary to keep people out that aren't facing the challenge. Wow, Ben let out, wonder overtaking him for a moment before he needed to ask a question. But isn't this a little short to be keeping people out? In response, she grabbed his hand and tried to pass it over the far edge of the fence, only to have something stop it. I don't know all of the magics within it, but one of them acts as a boundary. It doesn't hurt, so it's fine to sit and lean against, but you won't be getting through. But I wanted to see what the enchantments looked like on the other side. The only way to do that would be to take the trail, and I personally wouldn't recommend it. A lot of people die facing trials unprepared, she warned, removing the thought of trying to sneak in from his mind. Noted. That's all right, I could probably spend weeks looking at a small portion of it. How big is the place anyway? When he looked down the length of the fence he could tell that it was large. It looked like it had a slight curve in it, but it went on for a while. From the outside it's a circle about 2 kilometers across, inside though I've heard it's bigger. Not sure if that's true though, it can be a bit hard to learn anything about what it's actually like in there. The entire nation was built around it once it was brought to this world though. Ben felt like he had a million more questions, but the food was calling to him so he put it on hold. They took a seat and leaned against the invisible barrier that kept them from the trial and chatted for a while as they ate, Ben talking about what he was enjoying and recipes he wanted to learn, while Thera carefully slid food under her hood to keep it from getting dirty and adding her own opinions on what he should learn. They carried on like that for a while, before he asked a question in idle curiosity. Hey Thera, what's your mana sense like anyway? Mana sense wasn't an independent skill as far as he understood it, but instead allowed people to see or feel magics related to their particular magic skills. Since Ben's only magic skill was enchanting, it allowed him to see the magic that went into enchantments, and he was surprisingly good at it seemed, but he had no clue what theirs was like. Could she see other earth mages prepare their spells, or maybe feel the charm leaking from other succubi? Maybe she could see her own mana, but it would block out anyone else's so she wouldn't see their effects. The actual answer ended up being completely unexpected. My magics are both too low to really see anything about them currently. I can see spirits though. Can't everyone? He asked. I thought I could see your father well enough yesterday. She thought for a moment before answering. Ben, what do you know about spirits? Not too much, he admitted. There are spirits for every element of mana, right? And they're all incredibly powerful. Seeing your dad materialize mana was awesome. Well, you're sort of correct. My dad isn't a spirit, he's a great spirit. When the last great earth spirit died on his homeworld, a bunch of regular spirits you can't normally see merged to form a higher being. These regular spirits are not really everywhere. Dad says in his original world the planet was dense with them, but not many were saved. Since their lifespan is infinite, they don't really reproduce much, but I'll typically see 1 or 2 floating around a day. Okay, that's actually really cool. I can't believe there's an entire race hidden on the planet. So what are spirits like? Can you talk to them? Ben's eyes were shining with curiosity, so Thera was happy enough to tell him a bit, as long as the topic didn't focus on the other great spirits. While she got along with a couple of them like her father and aunt, some of them were a bit harder to deal with. It's a bit hard to interact with them cause the way they think is pretty different from most hominid types, or really most other races in general, since they don't strictly have brains, but water, earth, air, and fire spirits all like talking about their own elements and anything they find interesting going on with them, while light and dark, and life and death spirits tend to be a bit more interesting, talking about different events or trends they see, though they can be a little hard to understand, occasionally trying to discuss topics I don't think actually have proper ways to define as far as our language goes. They're all nice enough, but not really people I can interact with regularly, you know? And what about space and time spirits then? He asked, eager to learn more. They must have something interesting to say when they interact with those elements. I wouldn't know, there aren't any, she said with a shrug, but seeing the question on his lips, he immediately elaborated. Long before the world was taken over, all the space spirits decided to leave to explore the universe, and all the time spirits went to see the end of it. And they never came back? The time spirits couldn't. There's a world of difference between going forward or stopping time to traveling back it. As for the space spirits, nobody knows. Dad says it's one of the greatest mysteries the great spirits talk about. As the words left her mouth she cursed herself. She had set it up perfectly for Ben to ask something she didn't feel much like talking about, so she quickly moved them along. Anyway, why don't we finish up here and get to the guild? I'm pretty sure I'm not going to see you for a week after you see it. Come on, I'm not that bad. Pretty sure you're never seeing me again. Goodbye Thera, this is my home now. We close in about 5 hours, a friendly staff member said as they walked by. You close? Stonewall's guild never closes, he asked, crestfallen. That's mostly an adventurer's guild, Thera told him. They're always open in case of emergencies. Ah, so lame. In front of him were rows and rows of books on various topics, with all of the ones before him being in the public domain. There were shelves of the more popular patented ideas as well, but he wasn't looking to spend money to use someone else's ideas in the things he would make and sell, so it was better at the moment to not even touch them and risk using one by mistake. He asked for one of the guild staff to point him towards books on different materials and their properties, and he came away with 5 large volumes to flip through. You aren't finishing all of those before they close, Thera told him. Not even going to try to. I'm just going to flip through them to see if anything pops out. If this is going to be too boring, you can head back, Thera. I'll probably be here until I'm kicked out. She shook her head. I'll stay, my parents are being a bit too comfortable acting like themselves around me at the moment. If I give them some space, they may calm down a little. Suit yourself. Ben cracked open the first book while Thera looked for something that she could read to pass the time, though Ben doubted how much luck she would have. She seemed to lean towards history and fiction, not technical manuals. Of course he never would have sat down to read anything like this himself if he wasn't tossed into this world. Now that it was his job, it became significantly more interesting. As he spent hours skimming through hundreds of pages, he learned about numerous materials he would be interested in working with one day for their unique and interesting properties, but none matched what he was looking for. Sure, there were plenty that seemed to be explosive in the right conditions, but Ben wasn't even sure if saltpeter was an explosive chemical, or if it was something mined or organic for that matter. All he had was a name to go off of, and for all he knew it was the process of combining it with charcoal and sulfur that made it work. Once he closed the last volume, he gave up. He wouldn't be bringing guns to this world, at least not right now. Maybe he would see if Pelania would help him send some letters to the various classmates he didn't know how to contact to see if they could help him out at all, but for the moment he would just have to do his best not to let any other creatures sink their teeth into him. He put his books away, a bit dejected, before wandering through the aisles for the last hour. There were a lot of titles he found interesting that he decided he would be coming back to read later, and occasionally he found something that sounded intriguing enough that he needed to open it and give it a flip through, but he didn't have the time to throw himself into his reading the way he wanted to. He kept a mental list of things to read later and went to find Thera. She had been seated beside him, reading through a book, despite what he had expected, and he got her attention. "What did you find?" She looked up and saw that they were about to start closing up, so she returned it to its shelf. "It's the use of earth magic spells and enchanting. It was interesting, but nothing that could really help me improve." "That's too bad." "Well, Dad's going to want to try practicing with me soon anyway, so we'll see how it goes." "I wish I packed more than one staff. Can't we get you a new one in town to use?" She shrugged. "I can, but aside from Fox, yours are probably the best that wouldn't be disgustingly expensive. Considering how long they last, that's pretty sad." He thought, but he decided to keep that to himself and take it as a compliment. "Well, thanks, my enchanting went up since I made your last one too, so hopefully the next one I'll make will be even better." "I'll look forward to it." Even though her face was covered, he felt like she was smiling. They joined her parents for dinner, though this time Carly and Glob were unavailable, and spoke about the plans for the immediate future. "Since Ben seems to be a faster enchanter than I expected, I don't have anything set up for you tomorrow, and I was planning on giving you the following day to rest, so use the next 2 for whatever you'd like," Pelania told them. "I'm receiving reports from the various embassies, though, that their independent testing is showing the braces you've made today are working as advertised, and they want to start commissioning more from you immediately." "Wow, okay, sure, but I haven't really worked out a price for them. I don't know what would be fair." "Not to worry, Fock recommended a price I feel is more than fair, perhaps a little too reasonable even, but I don't think you'll have any issue with it. Speaking of, I need to transfer you the money for the ones you've already made today." With that, the Queen got up and walked over to Ben, tapping her card against his own. He looked at the amount transferred and felt his eyes bulge, quickly doing some mental math. "This seems a bit high," he said, in his heart feeling reluctant to part with the money he was just given. "At this price each one is enough to live off of for like a week." He prepared to return most of the money to Penelia, but she flat out refused him. "There's no issue, I've already deducted the cost of materials and labor for making the braces themselves. It works as advertised, and it's significantly less cumbersome than a cloak, which can go for at least 3 times what we're looking at selling yours for, mind you. Not to mention you're currently the only person who can make them. Given the ease of production, as soon as more people get the skill to make them, the price will start going down, but for now this could still be considered low. Should your identity as the inventor ever be revealed, though, it should earn you quite a lot of goodwill with the various nations buying them." What she didn't say was that it was likely many of the nations had already started to investigate him. Since he elected to keep his identity a secret with the guild, if any nation tried to actively pursue him they would likely come into conflict, but it wouldn't stop them from using this time to create the best sales pitch they could if he ever wanted to go public. Ben felt dizzy. For an afternoon's work he had almost made enough to live for a year. If he included what he had left from the church and earned with Falk he was past that. With the Queen talking about setting up more appointments he was uncomfortable in ways he couldn't properly explain. What should I even do with all this money? He asked, a little unsure of himself, but Penelia seemed happy to help him out and put things in perspective. Ben, it may seem like a lot of money now, and to an extent it certainly is a lot to get all at once, but there are plenty of purchases that could use it up just as fast. You could spend it all on a large payment for a house, or some rare items, or order materials you wouldn't be able to acquire without that sort of capital. It's a lot of money, but it could easily be gone in a flash, so either use it up quickly to get it out of the way, or use it wisely. Besides, it's not like you'll be able to sell them once you leave here if you plan on keeping your identity a secret. He didn't understand what she meant by that at first, before realizing she was right. If he was the only one who could make them, then fitting the enchantment to each person would pretty obviously show who he was. Now that he was thinking about it, that was a huge issue in itself, but Pelania at least helped ease his concerns over his newly acquired wealth. Yes, it was a lot of money to get at once, but it was nothing compared to the millionaires and billionaires of Earth, who would make that much in a day or a week or a month, and surely there would be plenty of wealthy individuals in this world making far more than that. Considering he was with the queen of a nation and a spirit that could make rare magic metals essentially from nothing, he suspected he was seated with two at the very moment. Okay, you're right, I may have gotten a bit overwhelmed. I'll buy a couple things I was too poor for before and just save the rest for now until I have something worth doing with it. Good boy, and of course if you want the money to keep coming in there's always an option, the queen told him with a smile. Oh? Work for my kingdom, she said, immediately shocking the boy and leaving him speechless. An issue his friend did not have. Mother! Farah yelled. Even if you know he's the one making them, the guild isn't going to like you trying to take someone who wants their anonymity. The queen only shrugged. While it's true that plays a part in it, there are plenty of other reasons to want the boy now that I've gotten my eye on him. An enchanter with that sort of speed is rare, and with an invasion coming someone who can add such incredibly high resistances to any armor would be a godsend. Frankly, I should probably fire the diplomat who let such a promising young man slip through my fingers, though it looks like any nations going to your region made the mistake of looking at combat strength alone. Don't just fire people on your whims. And that doesn't matter anyway, Ben likes his current life, right Ben? Farah turned to him and he nodded his head. She's right, thank you for the offer, but I'll have to decline, I still have a lot I want to learn from Falk anyway. Quite all right, she said happily. Just remember the offer's on the table if you change your mind in the future. The queen dropped the matter easily enough and soon they slipped back into casual conversation again, with mostly Farah catching up on what's been happening in Analia while she was away, when she asked a favor of her mom. My hair's starting to get a little long, would you mind cutting it for me? If you ever need a haircut in Stonewall, I probably could help you out, Farah, he cut in. I don't know if it would be directly tied to my crafting, but I'm sure some of the skills would cross over enough that I could manage. She started fiddling with a strand that was just a bit past her shoulders. I'm just used to having Mom do it so I didn't consider it, but next time I'll try and get you to do it if you don't mind. It's a good way to make some extra money out there anyway. What? Why? How? He couldn't see a connection between getting a haircut and earning money, no matter how much he thought about it. She thought for a minute before explaining. I guess it shouldn't be a big deal if I tell you, but do me a favor and keep it to yourself. My hair doesn't just look golden, it is gold. Ben felt the gears of his mind start to shift and turn. What? But then. Farah, could I see one of your hairs real quick? He asked with such earnestness that she plucked one without a fight. He felt it in his fingers and examined it. He hadn't worked with gold before, but he had felt hair. This had the right texture and feel to it when he moved it around in his hand. Even after having been removed from her head, it didn't immediately change to having more gold-like properties. It gave him an idea. He went up to her, grabbed her shoulders, and looked deep into her eyes, surprising her with his sudden boldness. He had to do it though, he needed to sincerely convey himself to her. Thera, he spoke with a passion-filled voice that left everyone in the room wondering what he would say. Let me use your body. Ben's hands were wrenched away from her, secured with metal shackles behind his back, and an earthen spike pressing against his jugular. Oh my, her mother giggled. Aren't you a bold boy? Honey, for our daughter's safety, I think it would be best to dispose of him quickly. We'll apologize to Falk and send him a replacement apprentice, said her father, the one currently binding his hands and threatening his life. Thera had her face hidden in her hands to hide her blush from Ben's statement before talking to her parents. Both of you calm down, I'm sure Ben meant something else than what it sounded like. Ben for his part was a little distracted by the spike pressed against his throat but still spoke to defend himself. Absolutely, sorry, I meant I want to use her body for crafting materials. For more spikes pressed into his throat. All right honey, enough of that, her mom said, trying to quell her husband's sudden anger. Ben, as a reasonably new resident in this world, I'm not sure if you're aware, but making materials out of sapient races is an extreme criminal offense pretty much everywhere. In the past, there were a few races that were almost wiped out in order to use their parts. Now bearing that in mind, what do you want to do with my daughter? The spikes were moved about a foot away, but they didn't disappear. Still, it was enough for him to breathe. I didn't know, sorry. I probably could have explained better, I'm just feeling pretty damn inspired at the moment. I was just thinking that despite being made of gold, the properties of it have changed to more resemble hair since it was part of her body, but it's still metal. Her mana moves around inside her naturally all the time without causing harm, so I was thinking we could use however much hair she cuts off to make the core of a staff. If her mana can move through it the same way it can for the rest of her body, then maybe a staff made with it wouldn't explode if she ran her mana through it. Still, I didn't know what you just told me, so I can see it's probably not a good idea. Sorry. He tried to sound heartfelt, but after his explanation, Thera had made up her mind as well. Let's do it. Are you sure? It's not something I think I could pull off immediately, I'm hoping to get my crafting level up maybe 2 more first. The main thing is if you'd be willing to grow your hair out longer, so we'd have more to work with when the time comes. Alright, I'll put getting a haircut on hold then, she said without hesitation. If it could get me a better staff, then it will be worth the wait. Great, now that that's done, do you mind releasing me? He asked Abris, who still had him chained and bound. With a wave of his hand, the Great Spirit freed him, the chains and spikes were merging with the floor they were originally a part of. Sorry about that, Abris told him. In my time I've seen plenty of species and mixed breeds hunted for their parts. I've always been worried someone may see Thera as some particularly rare magical ingredients. Fair enough, sorry I wasn't more clear to begin with, he could certainly understand why that would be a worry. Has that sort of thing happened to any other half-spirits before? You didn't tell him then? Penelia asked Thera with a raised eyebrow, but Thera only shrugged. There was never any real reason to bring it up, she said in a tone making it clear it wasn't really a topic she wanted to spend too much time on, before turning to Ben. I'm the first half-spirit, so nothing like that has happened before, but growing up there was some worry that someone may try something since spirits are so potently magical. Oh neat, from her general demeanor as she spoke, he decided to leave well enough alone and wasn't really sure where to bring the conversation, but thankfully her mother seemed to be feeling merciful, calling for dessert and then brought an end to the night. He awoke early the next day and immediately ran off to the guild. Thera was still asleep when he left, but she would doubtlessly know where to find him when she woke up, and if she wanted to join him she would. There was just a small problem. It was still closed when he got there. Without much to do until he was let in, he wandered around, looking at the few shops that were open, hoping something would catch his eye. He had money to spare now, and it wouldn't hurt to pick up a couple things while he was out, and in a world filled with magical tools, there were a lot of tempting options. I don't understand why you bought that, Myriad said while Ben worked. What? The spatial bag? Sure, it's not the largest one I could have gotten for that price, but my mana is too low to keep it charged, so springing a bit more for one that uses some mithril was a good investment, even if it was pricey. It literally cost 10 times as much as your braces were going for, but I more meant the sewing supplies. As Ben had wandered around, looking for anything that caught his eye, he managed to find a reasonably priced spatial bag and knew that he had to have it. It screamed fantasy to him more than anything else he'd seen, plus they were convenient. It was the size of a regular backpack but could fit about a cubic meter of space. They wouldn't have any issue taking their luggage home with it, and they would be able to carry far more staves to test in the future. Myriad could see the logic in it, even if he found it a bit extravagant. The issue was more why Ben was sitting outside the guild sewing as he waited for it to open. Making the braces involves weaving mana, and it looked like the boundary to Analia's trial had some seriously complexly woven enchantments. I figured if I am going to be doing more of that in the future, I could practice with an actual needle and thread. I have a little experience with it anyway, but it never hurts to get more. While he was out, he found a lovely little shop selling cloth, needles, and thread, as well as some beginner and intermediate books on sewing. With all that available, of course he was going to give it a try. Okay, but why make that? I do a lot of cooking anyway, it will come in handy. He had just finished putting together a big, floppy chef's hat, as well as making a nice apron. My issue is more what's embroidered on the front. I'll have you know that Kiss the Cook aprons are a proud part of my culture. Besides, only humans will be able to read it. If I'm ever able to meet up with Steph or Will again, I'm sure they'll get a kick out of it. Ben's father would always wake up early on weekends to make breakfast for his family, and the apron was part of his signature look. He had fond memories of that sort of thing, and it reminded him of home in a nice little way. Myriad was at least able to pick up on this, even if he wasn't in agreement with his apostle's fashion choices. Fine, if it makes you happy, I guess it's harmless, but put it away for now at least. Someone just opened up. At the end of his second week in the nation, Ben just finished reading and rereading a passage he found in the guild archives after a long morning of enchanting and found himself running back to Thera's home at full speed. He had just been skimming through any book that caught his interest, making notes on what to read more carefully later and what pages had information that he found to be more useful or worth researching further when he came across a concept he had never heard of before. It was just a short chapter in a dusty tomb that looked like it hadn't been touched in years, but it was more exciting than anything else he'd learned at that point, and he wanted to immediately grab his friend to test it out. When he got back, he ran into a servant and stopped them to see where he could find her, before being directed to the yard on the other side of the house, where he was working to enchant the braces. Racing without a care, he left the building, turned a corner, and was almost immediately flattened by a flying rock. The only thing saving him was a nearly invisible force field springing up in front of him. Gotta be more aware of your surroundings, sweetheart. Abris yelled out. Wouldn't want to hurt your friend. It's good training for me at least, Glob said. Maybe he should stick around to help his target practice. It wasn't clear if she heard her father or Globalgork. She was already rushing towards him at full speed. Ben, I'm so sorry, are you alright? Thankfully he was fine. It seemed in the time he was in the guild reading, Thera had been practicing her magic with her father and Glob as Carly, and a person he had come to learn was Glob's barrier magic instructor sat to the side. Thera was taking this opportunity to get as much practice in as she could. Her parents had a number of craftsmen producing about a dozen staves a day, basically giving Thera free rein to break as many as she needed to, and it appeared in that practice Ben was almost a casualty. Lucky for him, Glob was there and aware of their surroundings. Despite coming off as an ass, he did properly block Thera's spell before it could reach him. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous that she was using the work of other craftsmen, worse still, that she was able to get about 4 or 5 shots from each staff. He knew her earth magic had gone up since she last used one of his, which meant her control had gone up too, and his own products would probably last longer, but until he saw it with his own eyes, he would feel a competitive flame flickering within him. Not only that, but with his crafting and enchanting having gone up as well, he was sure he would be able to make something much better, especially once he started on implementing the new enchanting trick he'd just read. They may not even need to make another for weeks as long as they were careful. I'm fine, but that's not important. Give me your staff. She could feel the excitement coming off of him and she handed it over without any resistance. I've already used that one 3 times, are you sure you don't want a newer one? No, this is actually perfect. Think you only have 1 or 2 shots left in it? I've been getting 4 shots from the staves made by the smith, so it should only be 1 left. Perfect. He grabbed on and ran his mana through it, feeling where microfractures had formed throughout the rod, weakening it in a very real way. He spent a few moments applying his enchantment before handing it back. Alright, mind shooting it until it breaks? She looked at it and shrugged before firing an earth bullet. When the staff was still whole in her hand, she looked at it in surprise, but fired a second shot. Still unbroken, and she went for a third, only for it to shatter in her hand. How did you do that? She asked in excitement. Sacrificial enchantments. I found out about them in the guild. They're set up to take some of the brood of any mana passing through them and break. It wasn't as effective as I hoped, but still getting 1 extra shot is fantastic, especially if I'm around to set it up again each time. We could seriously get a lot more lifespan out of your staves. Interesting, Abra said after watching the display. Why have we never heard of these before? Ben had wondered the same thing at first, but after thinking it over on the way there he thought he could understand why. I would think it's probably because they aren't thought of as very useful. There aren't many cases where enough mana could accumulate to destroy an item or enchantment unless it's intentional, and you would need to have an enchanter on standby to fix it each time. Usually there are just better ways you could make things instead, so this technique went unnoticed and expired into the public domain, just waiting for me to get my hands on it. You guys go back to practicing, I'll take some time to apply this to the rest of the staves you have available. He sat down and watched them practice as he worked. They only had 6 staves left, so it should have been a quick process, but he wanted to examine them as he went. Ben had originally wondered why they simply didn't have some higher quality staves made, but it looked like it came down to the fact that it wouldn't look good for the leaders of a nation to monopolize their country's high-quality items, given that they would just take a bit longer to be destroyed, nor would it be good to deplete the nation's stock of rare materials that went into making high-quality goods. By buying large amounts of lower-quality staves they were able to make sure less valuable materials were used, as well as ensuring a steady source of work for the people making them, at least as long as Thera was in town to use them up. What resulted were staves of an adequate quality, but even if they weren't as good as his teachers that didn't mean there wasn't anything he could get from them. Each one was a work of art in its own way, being forged by smiths or woodworkers into something ornate and fit for the daughter of a queen. It was only a shame that all the hard work to make something so beautiful was immediately destroyed after a few uses. In that regard, at least he was sure he had the right idea. If Thera wanted an artistic staff, he could make her one once she had good enough control of her magic. Once that was done, he watched Thera and Glob sparring, with Thera on the offense and Glob acting completely defensively. As Thera threw earth bullets at him, it was clear that Glob had the advantage in skill and technique, presumably from being summoned with a higher form of a skill. Thera was still able to put up a fight from the raw power she displayed. The only thing that held the fight back from being impressive was how she needed to run back to him each time to trade out staves or get a new enchantment placed on it. Still, it helped their small battle stretch on for far longer than it otherwise could have. The next time she came to him, though, Ben asked her a question. Why are you still only using Earth Bullet? It's not ideal, but in a fight I want to be able to use as many spells as I can. I tried using Earthen Spear and manipulating my bullet's course, but in both cases I was only able to fire 2 shots because of the increased mana expenditure. My Earth Bullet is plenty powerful, so as long as I can be comfortable firing them off and watch my aim, it should be safer. Okay, but this is practice, not a real fight, and it's not like you're alone. Come on, let's try something. He got up and grabbed her hand, connecting with her. Use whatever spells you want, I'll try and keep your staff functional as long as possible, and we'll see how it goes. He didn't hide his mind from her, so she could tell exactly what he wanted to do through the connection. With a small look and a nod, she started her spell. Ben could see Abras perking up off to the side. He had heard how things went the last time he tried to lift some of the burden from her staff, but Glob had no idea and was acting cocky. "You're going to fight me with a craftsman clinging to you? Lowworlders really are a bunch of weirdos." She ignored his taunts and provocations though, and cast her spell. Ben felt the mana pass through the staff and worked to strengthen any weakened areas of it, while at the same time applying and reapplying sacrificial enchantments as they broke. He was slower than he wanted to be, but knew it was still his first day using them. He would improve. Glob quieted down when he saw Thera use a different attack for the first time that day. 2 dense earthen spears, each as long as a person, were pulled to the ground and fired at him. He immediately threw up a barrier, but only one crashed into it, destroying the spear in the process. The other one changed directions in the air and started to circle him at a distance, ready to try and impale him at a moment's notice should he let his guard down, but he never did. He switched from creating the barriers as needed to having a round one completely surrounding him. It was probably significantly more mana intense, but he had seen the way Thera's spells destroyed her staves and was willing to try and outlast her. Thera wasn't willing to wait and went on the attack, all at once hammering one spot on his barrier with the last spear with as much force as she could muster. It almost looked like it would break through, but they didn't have the luck. "Ha, suck on that!" Glob yelled at them, confident in his victory, before the earth shook and brought him to the ground. Thera's staff turned to dust in her hand, Ben's crafting and enchanting not able to keep up with whatever spell she was about to attempt. "What was that last one?" He had to know. "I just tried to swallow him into the earth," she casually told him. "I thought given how it turned out when we did an earthwave it would work out." Scary. Being buried alive seemed like a bit much for a sparring match, but he kept that to himself, instead focusing on the technical aspect of why it failed. "We could only pull off an earthwave that time because we had one of Fox and used staves. Honestly, with how much damage the staff had already received, I think it held up great." "It was great," she said while beaming. "We should fight like this more often. Think of how well our hunts would go." "Nope, this should stay our trump card in case of emergencies. If I'm always easing the burden on your staves, there will be no reason to work on your control. Plus then I'd have to always be with you. You don't want to be dependent on me, do you?" She deflated at his argument. No. It's just so much easier this way." "Anything worth doing is worth working for, sweetheart," Abras said as he walked up to them. Though that was rather impressive. "It's hard to take that work hard attitude of yours seriously, Dad, when you can use earth magic as easily as breathing." "Hey now, I work hard on other stuff. I am currently trying to learn non-attribute magic from Globalgork's teacher." Currently is a bit of an understatement, the incubus in charge of Glob's training said. A long decade of practice with no payoff isn't a short period of time for most mortal races. A decade? Even if non-attribute magics are hard to get, shouldn't it still be pretty easy with the amount of mana you have? Ben asked. "Maybe for other races, but I'm so tightly bound to my element that I'm not even sure it's possible to use spells without it." "Still, it's fun to try," Abras said with cheer. "You never know what skill could pay off in a unique way." "Ignoring that though," said Carly after watching the battle herself. "How did you help her do that? Did you learn a buff skill or something?" She hadn't been participating in the training herself this time because her magics wouldn't help the other two with the sort of practice they needed, but she'd watched long enough that she was sure Thera couldn't pull something like that off alone. "Using a few of my skills in tandem lets me feel Thera's mana pass through the staff so I can strengthen any weakening sections of it, and I was trying to rebuild the enchantments as fast as they were being destroyed. I'm sure we could do better once I get a bit more practice with the technique, but it's already shown it could work, which is all I wanted from today." "I would say that's enough for now anyway," Abras chimed in. "You've all had plenty of practice, let's stop for a meal." Everyone else seemed ready to go, but Ben stopped them. "Before that, Thera, could I have a hand?" There's a couple things I want to test. Ever since Ron's attack on Stonewall there were things he'd wanted to test, there just never seemed to be the time, but after connecting with Thera again as she used her magic he decided not to put it off any longer. No matter how low the chance of success he wouldn't be satisfied unless he tried. He grabbed her by the hand and started to connect with her, trying to feel more than just her mind or her mana, but something deeper. He wanted to connect to her skills. When they were fighting Ron before and Glob just now he felt her power as she used it, and it let him know what to look for. His brow creased in concentration as he tried to force his mind to plunge even further, before he came across what he was looking for and latched onto it with all he had. There was no resistance and his confidence soared. This was it, this was what he'd been dreaming of since coming to the world. And if he could feel it he was sure he could use it. He stretched his arm out in front of him, willing his mana to bend to his desire and form an earth bullet in front of him. But nothing happened. He let out a sigh and felt himself shrink. Of course it wouldn't work. That would have been way too convenient if he could overcome his inability to use magic by connecting with someone. Everyone else looked on, unsure of what should be happening. Only Thera understood what he had attempted by hearing his thoughts through the connection, and could feel the disappointment rolling off of him. Try not to let it get to you, she told him. You don't need magic to be a fantastic craftsman. I know, but it sure helps. He wasn't even sure if there was any point in testing his other two ideas, but for the sake of trying everything he carried on with lower spirits. Hey Abris, mind making me a copper armband? Something that could cover my forearm? A simple enough request. With a small wave of his hand the earth spirit materialized the copper around his arm. It wasn't pretty, with no real thought being put into its look, but it would work well enough for his purposes. He still had his hold on her earth magic, and with little hope tried to enchant with it. The very world felt like it changed when he felt it start to work. He didn't have much knowledge on how to enchant with spells, since he didn't think it was something he would ever do. He had felt like there was no real point in taking the time to learn, and now that felt like an overwhelming mistake. Rather than try and shape the mana to produce a specific spell effect, he had no choice but to lay the entire skill onto the armband. To everyone but him and Thera it looked like he'd worked up a sweat after staring intensely at the armband for around 15 minutes. But Thera, who could feel his concentration and excitement, looked at him in astonishment. Focus level increased. He ignored his level up, it was only a distraction from seeing if he'd succeeded, and let go of her hand while raising his own. Now to see if it actually works. He poured his mana through the tool, and small clumps of earth raised around him and began to take the shape of a ball when a wave of lightheadedness assaulted him and broke his concentration, causing it to all fall back to the ground. Carly was the first one to react. Wait, what the hell was that? Didn't you get stuck with the shit end of the stick because you couldn't use magic? I think it was mostly about my blessed skills, but that sure didn't help much. He told her as he tried to work past a massive headache that had formed. Either way, I didn't really do any magic myself. I made an enchantment with Thera's magic and tried to activate the enchantment. Of course, since I still have no compatibility with earth magic, I think I used way too much mana. Fuck, this hurts. His head was pounding and he pulled out his card to look at how much he had left. A measly 4. With his mana recovery rate currently being 6 per minute, he would be better soon enough, but if he just used almost all of it without being able to make a single earth bullet, that wouldn't be a great option for him in the future. Of course, if his last test worked out, then it wouldn't be a problem. He connected with Thera again, this time not looking for a skill, but something he'd grown much more used to working with in the past few weeks. Mana. He knew he could feel it and work enchantments around it, but what he was attempting now was different. He wanted to take it for himself. He reached for it mentally, but it was like water slipping through his fingers. As much as he wanted to use some to use for his spell or replenish his reserves, it just wasn't in the cards for him. Shame. He muttered under his breath. Still, the fact that even one of his ideas had worked for him opened up countless possibilities. Possibilities he intended to make full use of. Pelenia was waiting at the table as everyone streamed in, seemingly exhausted. Did you all train too hard today? She asked. I don't know the last time I've seen you all so tired. All except Ben, that was. He seemed positively giddy. Ben ended up requesting their help to figure out the limits of his skill. Abras answered. He was rather thorough in his experimentation. They gave the queen a rundown of the day, explaining how training had gone and Ben's experiments with his skill. After figuring out he could enchant with other people's skills, everyone was surprised and happy for him until they realized he intended to discover the skill's limits there and then. He got everyone present to divulge whatever skills they were willing to and went to each of them, trying to apply different effects to the brace and worked to figure out what he could manage. So it looks like I can use up to level 3 skills at the moment, which is a bit weird if you think about it because my enchanting should let me use up to level 5, but maybe it's being limited by my connect level? Or maybe there's a more complex interaction going on than I can tell. On the plus side, it looks like I could still get the first 3 levels of the barrier magic skill from Glob's teacher even though he'd awoken it to level 1 of advanced barrier mastery, but I couldn't even touch any of Glob or Carly's blessed skills. It's like since they came to this world with evolved ones it didn't have a base for me to grab onto, which is honestly a bit of a shame cause I would love to meet up with some old classmates and try and use their more powerful and rare skills, but then I just have to evolve my skills myself and I should be able to. I was able to use the skills they'd developed since coming to the world, so it feels like the blessed ones just don't have a foundation I can take advantage of. After all, since I could enchant with Thera's blessed earth magic I shouldn't have that issue with anyone who's built up their skills over time.
Everyone seemed exhausted, having heard him ramble on as he pulled them all into his experimenting, but the queen's eyes were shining. Sounds like you've had the most productive day of all then, so what's next? Think you could get me more people to make resistance braces for? The sooner I get either my enchanting or connect up, the sooner I can see how it will affect things. After dinner and sleeping, Ben awoke in Myriad's divine realm with a smile still plastered on his face. Myriad, buddy. I didn't hear from you today. Please tell me you caught sight of the news. I did. Things are looking good, I think. His god didn't sound like he was giving Ben his full attention as he spoke, a fact Ben was quick to pick up on. What's up? You seem distracted. I figured you'd be doing your glowing disco ball of excitement routine you do when something good happens. This is excellent news. Something about it just seems off is all. It's eating at my mind a little. What could be off? The amount I can enchant basically became unlimited. This is a huge selling point. I'm sure we'll be able to snag some enchanters with this for sure. It is. It's great. It's just what? There are already a group of skills very similar to it: lender, learner, teacher, and borrower. I won't bore you with the details, but the short of it is that they all allow for sharing skills to an extent too, without the restriction of it only being able to be used for enchanting. While I can see how my own characteristics could lead to this, I just find it odd that it's growing with the restrictions it is. The influence of you and the world should be causing it to grow in more interesting ways. What do you mean restrictions? Sure, not being able to use the skill when connected isn't great, but it also has the whole mind-reading aspect as a benefit. True, but you had to work much longer to use it as well, right? Your normal enchanting speed is significantly faster. Not to mention, I don't think there are many with blessed enchanting. I would bet that any enchanter without the blessed version of the skill would struggle much more. All of this makes it significantly weaker than the other skills I mentioned, which just seems unusual. As it stands, it's only grown into a weaker borrower and mind reading. So what do you think is happening then? I think you should try and get another level or 2 out of it and we'll see from there. Another week passed without any major changes. Ben was still making resistance braces each morning and going to the Craftsman's Guild to read in the afternoons, though his book selection now included how to enchant with magic as well, while Thera trained with her father, Glob, and Carly. Really, there was only one noticeable difference. I can't believe you're wearing that, Carly said as Ben brought out a meal for everyone. What are you talking about? I've been wearing it all week, Ben told her, loving her reaction to his chef hat / kiss the cook apron combo. It is a little odd, Ben, Thera told him with a questioning voice. What's it say anyway? That's your world's writing, right? It is, but don't worry about it. Think of this as the customary cooking garb of my planet. Carly rolled her eyes, but didn't bother correcting him since she would rather eat what was being served. The day after Ben discovered that he could enchant with other people's skills, he grew concerned he wasn't doing anything to train his crafting skill at the moment. Given that his current job was craftsman, it didn't feel right to neglect it like that, especially when he was progressing so quickly through it. With everything he'd done, from learning to keep staves from breaking by using his crafting, to creating the braces, to learning he could enchant with other people's skills, he had flown through it far faster than he had expected, with only a few months putting him at level 80. It seemed the system rewarded discovery, or maybe it was just that what he had been discovering was rather complex. He did see a pretty massive jump in his level each time he spent an entire night to improve on Thera's armband. Nonetheless, he wanted to make something that was a little more tangible, and when he discussed his concerns with the Queen, she suggested working under the castle cook while he was here. Apparently, Thera had spoken about their time cooking together, and the cook had level 7 in the skill, making them an excellent resource to take advantage of while he had the chance. Not to mention it meant he could learn some more succubus recipes. He would normally take off his cooking gear while still in the kitchen, but the maid who would usually serve was off ill for the day, so he decided to bring it out while it was fresh before sitting down to eat himself. They filled the meal with the usual small talk, each of them discussing their plans for the day, though there was never much different. At least there usually wasn't, though it seemed the Queen felt it was time to change that. "Thera, your training seems to have stalled," she said offhand, and the mood of the room immediately dropped as Thera became more distant. "My level improved not too long ago, you know, Mother. You can't expect me to raise it again so soon. You possess basically unlimited mana. If you could improve your control some more, there's no reason you couldn't already have awoken your skills to the 2nd tier. Maybe it's time to admit you don't have the skill to be a mage." She ground her teeth and did all she could to keep the anger and frustration from her voice. "I fail to see what that has to do with anything. I'm working at it on my own. Whether I succeed or fail is nobody's concern but mine." Pelania let out a small huff. "Hardly. You have Falk and Ben making you staves constantly, and taking Ben out hunting with you when his time could be better spent on training his own skills is a waste." "Hold on," Ben interjected. "Fox insisted that I get used to gathering my own supplies to save money. He says being able to procure your own materials is imperative to any beginning craftsman." "That may be true for most," the Queen rebuked. "But then most beginners wouldn't have such a profitable patent to their name. Look at how much you've made and tell me your time wouldn't be better spent buying materials and refining your skills." He had no response for that. Ben had already been unsure of how to handle his newfound wealth after the first day of work. As the days passed and he made more bands, he'd accumulated more money than he knew what to do with. Investing that money into himself and his training wasn't a bad idea at all. "Don't try and talk Ben into quitting working with me. Besides, Fox's fine with making me staves, so what's the issue?" "True, he is and likely will continue to be, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a drain on his resources." "A drain we've been helping curb." "What?" she asked in shock. "Thera, please, do you really think we'd let our friend put so much time and effort into supplying you without properly compensating him? Of course, since there's barely been any progress over the past couple years, we're going to have to ask him to stop. It's been a waste of his time." Thera couldn't look her mother in the eye while everyone else was sitting awkwardly trapped in their family squabble. She got up and was about to leave the table when her mother threw her a lifeline. "Of course, if you could prove that you've improved enough to make it worth everyone's time and effort, I have no issue with you continuing on as you are." She let out an angry, defeated sigh before facing her mother. "What do you want?" "It's simple, really," the Queen said with a smile. "I want you to conquer the trial of Analia." It looked like her father was going to say something to that, but Pelania raised a hand to silence him, though Thera had her own objections. "Why in the infinite hells would I do that? People die in there every year. Are you trying to get me killed? People also die adventuring constantly, and you end up without a weapon far too often as you do that. The risk feels rather comparable, I would say." "Okay, but I'm also not close enough with any other succubi or incubi to fulfill the conditions, and you know it can't be done alone. Are you just giving me an impossible task to do?" "The conditions say nothing of race." Any species can participate in any trial, though some are going to be significantly less equipped to succeed than others. Given that I'm sure there's at least one person in this room you could partner with, she said, throwing a look Ben's way. You literally just gave me trouble for having him hunt with me. Yes, and if you'd developed any bonds with other adventurers, I'd say to party with one of them, but as it stands, your options are limited. Of course, I don't expect him to do it for free. He already seems to have no problem with his level of wealth, so I have an alternative suggestion for our young apostle. I'll get you 10 converts if you're willing to help my daughter. Ben dash. No worries, Myriad, I got this. Sounds like a deal to me. He told her enthusiastically, trying to ignore the awkward atmosphere that filled the room. Not what I was going to say. What? Myriad had been on him to find new followers for months now, and here he was just straight up being offered 10 of them on a silver platter. He wanted to ask about the change of heart, but it wasn't immediately important. He would have agreed to help Thera out anyway. This was just a bonus. Thera didn't seem pleased to see how everything went herself, but it looked like she'd given in. Fine. If that's how it's going to be, it looks like we'll do it. When do you want us to start then? How about a week from now? I'll put Ben's work on hold for the time being so you both can focus on your upcoming trial. Now that that's sorted, let's finish eating. The queen resumed her meal, but Thera got up and started walking away. I'm not hungry.
She left the room and Ben was about to follow her when Carly spoke up and caught his attention. Completing the trial is the qualification, right? We'll do it too. What do you mean we? Glob said indignantly. I'm not dying for your political ambitions. I personally don't think you and Glob are close enough for it to be a good choice, however, as our country's heroes I won't stop you. Pelania said, completely ignoring Glob's objections. Sorry, but what do you mean by qualification? Ben asked. He wanted to check on Thera, but he didn't want to pass on information for whatever dangerous trial he had just agreed to. Pelania explained for him. You've been told we're an elected monarchy, correct? The condition to become a candidate is to complete Anilia's trial. Everyone who does has the right to lead our people. Interesting, but not immediately important. He decided he could get any other information from Thera and went to follow here. When he got to her room and knocked on the door, he didn't hear a response, but not one to let something like that deter him. He let himself in to find her face down in bed. Want to talk about it? He asked. There wasn't much need to try and figure out what was wrong since he was there for the whole uncomfortable exchange, and he took a seat beside her before he got an answer. She pulled her head out from a pillow and looked at him, asking something that took him by surprise. Would you have agreed to help if Mom didn't offer you a reward? What? Yeah, of course. I wasn't going to turn it down since it was offered, but I wouldn't want you to go alone on some dangerous trial anyway. Okay, good. She seemed to lose some of the tension within her as she got his answer and went back into her pillow. He sat with her in silence for a bit, expecting something more, but when she didn't volunteer to speak, he questioned her instead. So want to tell me a bit more about what this trial involves? And what were the conditions that we needed? He wasn't sure if he was going to get an answer from her, but after a moment she sat up beside him. All I really know about it is that two people need to work together to take the trial, and that the goal is to make it to the heart of it and collect a flower. The condition is for the two taking it to be fairly close, but if you ask me, it's silly that even needs to be said. What idiots would do a dangerous trial from a god if they don't even like each other? Apparently Carly and Glob. He felt a moment's worry that his classmate and one of the few humans on this world were going to get herself killed, but he needed to be worrying about himself instead. He was sure they could handle themselves. That's a bit vague, isn't it? Like, what are we going to have to do in there? Surely if people die facing it, we aren't just walking through the woods. Thera could only shrug. When you willingly enter the trial, you form a covenant with Analia that keeps you from speaking of the details. It wouldn't be much of a challenge if you knew what you were facing and could plan ahead. Fair enough. So they wouldn't know that they were walking into. Admittedly, the thought made Ben a little nervous. He would have liked to have spent the next week collecting as much information as he could, but now it looked like he'd have to just try and prepare for everything to one degree or another. Not ideal by any stretch, but maybe he could work on some new traps. Now that the amount of skills he had access to had just drastically increased, he had a few ideas he wanted to put to the test. As he was fantasizing about what he would try to put together in the next few days, he felt Thera's eyes looking at him from the side. "What's up?" He knew the morning had gotten to her and she wasn't in the best state at the moment, and now that they'd agreed to such a potentially dangerous task, he wanted to help ease her mind before they went off. Still, she managed to catch him off guard. "Are you going to quit hunting after this?" "What?" "It's just that Mom's right about you not needing to anymore. You have money and access to resources now." Ben wasn't so socially inept that he couldn't see what her concern was. Thera had been alienated and had to hunt alone back in Stonewall, and he was probably her longest companion at this point. What her mom had said did bear some considering. He certainly didn't need to anymore, but when it came down to it, he enjoyed it as a way to spend time with his friend outside of work. "I have fun hunting with you, so don't worry about it. As long as we keep going for things that won't immediately get me killed or until you get to a point that you need to find more powerful party members than me, I'm happy to stay with you." "Okay, good." She averted her gaze, but wore a smile on her face. Since he had been given the rest of the week off, Ben spent the day doing something he should have made time for the previous week, remaking the enchantment on Thera's armband. He needed to learn how the increase of his connect skill would affect the amount of resistance it could produce, but that was an issue for later. Once he had finished it, he promptly fell to sleep and found himself in Myriad's divine realm, with his god already waiting. Myriad looked, he wasn't sure how to put it. Brighter maybe? But not like when he was glowing with excitement. It was more like his presence had become more defined. He was a little harder to look at, but Ben didn't let it bother him. "So what's up, Myriad? I thought you would be ecstatic to have worshippers offered to you on a silver platter. Ben, you just agreed to an incredibly dangerous task for something Pelania would have done anyway." Explain please?" His god sighed. "Ben, you've spent the last couple weeks proving the value of your invention, especially just how valuable it could be to any race that has passive magics, or any that want to profit off of them. Given that, it was already in their best interest to have a few enchanters convert to me. With the total succubus population in the millions, offering only 10 people to convert is probably just what she immediately had on hand who were willing." "You got ripped off." When he thought about what Myriad was saying, he couldn't disagree with any of it. "Fuck. Okay, yeah, I messed that up, but I would have agreed without any sort of bribe, so it is what it is." "That's another thing. People die all the time doing trials, and you're still my apostle. If anything happens to you, I'll need to find another one. Couldn't you make your safety a bit more of a priority?" "Wait, that's a good point. You're a god, tell me about whatever we'll have to face during this." He thought he'd found a clever workaround to the lack of information, but he was quickly shot down. "No can do. If every god helped their believers beat a trial just to get their rewards, it would be anarchy, and defeat the entire point of it. You need to complete this through your own effort." "Damn. So no advice at all? Nothing you couldn't learn from anyone else in Analia? Pack some camping supplies and food, 'cause you'll be in there for a while." "Great. An unspecified but long period of time. Should he be preparing for days or months?" He'd have to ask the Queen for a list of entrance and exit dates for anyone who succeeded. Surely there must be a list of that somewhere. From there he'd need to pick up camping gear and buy some food that could last well. He felt a headache forming with everything he'd need to do, but at least his new spatial bag would get a good workout. Myriad could feel his thoughts piling up and decided to at least give him some positive news. "On the plus side, it looks like the Queen already got those converts for me." "Oh, that's great, good for you, Myriad," Ben said offhand, clearly not getting the implication. "And good for you. It was your achievement that made this possible. You've completed the quest." This succeeded in grabbing Ben's attention. "What? Really? I mean, that's awesome, but I didn't do anything?" Getting me believers doesn't necessarily mean trying to convert people on an individual basis. Anyone that follows me because of your achievements qualifies as well, and with the number of embassies you've made braces for seeing your work too, I can expect my number of believers to steadily grow as they encourage some of their own enchanters to take me on. You've done excellent work, Ben. You've earned your new job levels. Hearing this, he was ecstatic. His supposedly impossible goal had only taken a little over a year, and he got a nice bump in job levels towards the end of his current one when the levels would be hardest to get. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough for him to realistically get a new job before he was to face the trial, but it would be soon. Things only got more exciting as Myriad continued. This means you're available for a new quest as well. Sweet, what have you got for me? Unfortunately, you still only have one option, but if you keep up the good work, that will soon change. I need a place of worship. The first church of Myriad on this world where my believers can make a pilgrimage to express their faith. That surprisingly doesn't seem too bad. What's included in making it then? Pretty much what you'd expect. It needs to be a place people can enter and give their faith with a figure of me either inside of the building or outside of it. It doesn't have to be too extravagant at first, you can always expand and upgrade it later. Since it looks like you went to sleep with a cup of water beside you, pour it into a water skin when you wake up. I've filled it with some of my divine essence. Once you have my church built, splash it with that water to mark it as my land. Weird but okay. Does that actually do anything, or is it symbolic? It makes it so that as my believers give me faith, the building itself will be strengthened so that in times of emergency they can go there for protection. Of course, I understand this can take a lot of time and money to make, which would normally be collected from my believers, but seeing as how you currently have more wealth than you know how to spend, maybe you could finance it yourself. Just to get it completed as quickly as possible so we can get you your next quest, of course. Ben ignored Myriad's naked greed and immediately activated his skill-hidden mind. He didn't know how well it would work against a god, but he felt an idea form in the back of his thoughts, and he wanted to do his best not to think about it while his god was right here in front of him. Absolutely, I'll start as soon as I wake up. In fact, can you wake me up immediately? Myriad could tell Ben was trying to keep something from him, but he couldn't tell what. It wasn't due to the effects of hidden mind though. Perhaps if he significantly increased his level he could, but as it stood the idea hadn't fully crystallized in his mind. If Ben wasn't sure what he was thinking, then how could Myriad be? Still, he could feel his apostle's intense excitement and decided that whatever it was fine. His believers were allowed their secrets after all, especially if they were doing something for his sake. Well, hold on there for a moment, Ben. I'm glad to see you so ready to fulfill your role, but at least let me tell you your reward. When you complete this, I'll be able to give you another 8 levels of job growth. Hopefully by the time you finish this, I'll be able to offer you a quest with a more interesting reward, but if it's not the following one, it's the next one. No, raising my job level is great, so don't worry about it. Now, if you wouldn't mind waking me up? It's still going to basically be nighttime, but if you're sure, then fine. Keep up the good work, Ben. As he felt himself slowly come back to consciousness, a barrage of notifications went off in his head. Quest religious growth completed. Rewarded with 6 levels to the Craftsman job. New quest, place of worship acquired. Acquired skill tolerance level 0. Ben paid no mind to his new skill. He had far too much to do with the 6 days he had until the trial started. He could figure out what it meant later. He sprung from bed and found the nearest servant he could. There was always some awake to attend to the queen and her guests, and Ben was about to give them an unreasonable amount of work. After making a list of everything he had requested, they gave him an odd look but went to prepare as much as they could in the meantime, while they would send out people in the morning to collect the rest. Ben already assured them that the money for it would be no issue and gave them an advanced payment to cover as much as they could with the promise that if it went over he would of course pay more. Ordinarily, if any of the staff were to do shopping or make any special orders for the guests, they would determine a rough estimate of the price first. However, as this was the apprentice of Pelania and Abras' most trusted friend, in addition to being friends with their daughter, they extended enough trust to start the ordering process. Once that was done, he went back to his room and started on his blueprints. On top of anything he wanted to make for the trial, he now needed to get a church done. It was going to be a busy few days. He wants what? Pelania asked in amusement. As soon as she woke up, she was given a report on Ben's requests. It wasn't unexpected that he would start some preparation. Given that he was facing a dangerous trial, some of the things even made a fair amount of sense. A tent and a couple of sleeping rolls for them, both as well as enough non-perishable food for the average person who took the trial, were both very reasonable requests. But then he asked for specially enchanted threads, the leather of a Van Gogh, a spinning wheel, and some jeweler tools of all things, amongst others. She had expected him to experiment with the newfound use of his skill when preparing, but she couldn't begin to guess just what he would make. "I'm still not sure about this," her husband said. "Thera could die. It's not worth the risk. Analia has one of the kindest trials. If things go wrong, they can run away, much better than any that traps you within. Besides, have some faith in your daughter. If you have faith in her, then why bully her into taking it? She wouldn't have done it otherwise, and I have my own goals that need to be accomplished. Now stop worrying and go see what he wanted from you anyway." "Hey Abris, thanks for coming." When the great earth spirit found Ben in the back house, he hadn't expected to see an exhausted-looking familiar face. "It's no problem. But what are you doing with Farila?" At some point it looked like Ben had found Glob's barrier magic teacher and had put him through the ringer, but the old incubus was accepting of it at least. "The boy just needed to make use of my barrier magic as well as was looking for someone with charm above the Zeroth level. Since I have it at the second, he's been making use of me." Abris decided not to ask for how long. A series of contraptions were set up around him. It looked like he'd taken the time to put them together and enchanted them all with Farila's help, so it could have been a while. "Anyway, what can I do for you?" At this, Ben pulled out a ball of metal. The mithril he'd been given on the first day he came. "Would you mind turning about 60% of this into a thin thread for me? The last 40 can stay as just a chunk of metal. I'll work on it myself later." It was a simple enough request, and he was starting to put together a picture of what the boy had in mind. He simply couldn't understand why Ben would spend the last couple of days before he faced a trail making something like it. Still, he did as he was asked and ran his mana through the sphere, stretching it out into as thin a thread as he could. With that done, he wound it up and gave it back to the boy, received his thanks, and went on his way. Despite himself, he was curious as to what Ben would do with some magic cloth. Evening had come and gone, and Thera hadn't seen anything of Ben. He'd missed all of the meals and he hadn't been at the Craftsman's Guild when she went for a walk to check. It was only before dinner she bothered to ask anyone where he was that she found out he was in the workshop in the back, so rather than share an awkward meal with her family, she went to see what he'd spent the day doing. He was sitting at a desk, peering through a magnifying glass at whatever he was working on. She was sure he hadn't noticed her coming in. He was too focused on his work, and decided to have some fun with him since he disappeared for the entire day without a word. As quietly as she could, she crept up behind him and brought her face right to his ear. "Boo." It got the desired effect, and he jumped up, flinging something across the room in the process. He took a second to catch his breath and calm his heart before turning to look at her. "Was that really necessary?" She shrugged. "You disappeared for the entire day without a word. Seeing as how we may die in a week, I thought you might want to plan something out." After she pointed that out, he looked a little sheepish. "Okay, yeah, my bad. Well, help me find the little piece of mithril I just launched across the room and then we'll talk about it." She instantly felt terrible about her little prank. Even if her parents could supply it, mithril wasn't something you let yourself just casually lose, so she got on the floor and started searching with him. Ben moved a light around, trying to see the glitter of the metal, and after a few minutes they managed to find it. "Thank God, handmaking all of these is honestly such a pain in the ass. I'm glad I didn't need to do this one over." "What are you even making?" To Thera, it looked like nothing more than an oddly shaped piece of metal no bigger than a small seed, but it looked like there were well over 100 on the desk and she couldn't begin to imagine what they were for. It's called a zipper. I haven't seen any clothing with them around, so I'd bet they aren't used in this world, but when it's done it will basically act the same way as buttons do to keep clothes closed. She blinked as she processed what she was just told. You're telling me you're using mithril, one of the rarest metals on the planet, to make some buttons. Basically, but hear me out, I'm enchanting an outfit and I don't want to have to supply the mana to it myself. She let out a sigh. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So what enchantments are you using then? I'll, tell you later when it's done. He could already feel the disapproval he would get when she found out what he was doing and felt the need to immediately change the topic before she got anything out of him. So for the trial, I asked around and it sounds like people typically complete it between a week or two, so I've already gotten one of the staff to buy us 2 weeks of non-perishable food. I've also gotten us some sleeping rolls and a tent, and I've prepared a couple new tools already. I'll test them out with you later if you'd like. Hopefully I'll be able to make a few more things before we head in, but we'll see. I'll also see if I can borrow a forge somewhere so I can make you a new staff to use. Anything else you think we should worry about? No, you seem to have things well enough in hand. Thera hadn't given the fact they would need to eat and sleep any consideration. She had been so focused on just being strong enough to survive, so Ben having already planned for that may have actually been life-saving. But why not just use one of the staves I've already got prepared? Sounds like you have a lot you want to get done over the next week. 2 main reasons. First, I could only get 2 extra shots on your other staves when I added sacrificial enchantments to them. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get more out of it if I build the staff myself so I can design it in a way to hold more. Okay? And the other one? When we beat this, I don't want some other craftsman getting the glory for being the one to make the princess's weapon. He told her teasingly, with a roll of her eyes being his reward. Still not a princess. For days until they were to start the trail, and Ben was leaving the workshop to get a few hours of sleep. It looked like the queen had pulled some strings for him to get the enchanted threads significantly faster than he had expected. Instead of having to wait until the last minute to get them and potentially not having any time to put them to use, he was already in the process of spinning them on the wheel with his mithril wire. From there, he'd just have to weave them together and stitch it into the leather as a lining and he'd be done. If there was one small hang-up, it would be how much the threads had cost. Needing 2 different types of threads with 2 different types of enchantments was always going to be pricey, he knew that. He just hadn't guessed how much. Even though the spells he was having placed on them were comparatively simple, the skill level needed to enchant on something so small and delicate without destroying it was high, and it left the price almost quadruple what he had expected to pay. It had hurt more than he had expected, but his finances were still in great shape. It was just the knowledge of spending so much that was a bit hard to swallow. He made his way through the overly large building and down the various corridors he'd grown used to, expecting all but a few of the servants to be asleep, when he heard a voice and saw a light coming from under the door of one of the rooms. Glob's room to be specific. Ben had mixed feelings about the Grey. On one hand, he was definitely an asshole and seemingly a little prejudiced against anyone from outside his reality. On the other hand, he was just as trapped on this world as he was, and he had at least kept him from accidentally being crushed by one of Thera's boulder-sized earth bullets. Whether he liked the guy or not though, Ben had some questions about barrier magic, and since he seemed to be awake was more than happy to take advantage of that fact. Without knocking, he threw open the door and found not one, but 2 of the small Greys standing inside. As Ben got through his moment of confusion, one turned to the other. "Did you seriously forget to lock the door?" said the first. "Excuse me for being trapped on a planet without rudimentary privacy systems." The second, presumably Glob, responded. "Anyway, you. Out with me now." He marched Ben out of his room and closed the door behind him. "Did you need something?" "I'm a little occupied at the moment." "Oh, I just wanted to ask about barrier magic. Do you think it would work better if I was to craft a shield using a solid barrier or interlocking scales?" A solid barrier will be easier to get through, but will be less mana intense, while a scaled one will be stronger but harder to maintain due to the mana cost and keeping a stable mental image. Now do you mind? I'm busy. The fact that he gave Ben such a clear answer right off the bat just made it extra apparent how much he wanted Ben on his way, but that just made him curious. So who's your friend? I thought you were the only gray in Analia. The little alien let out a small groan before giving Ben an answer. Look, it's just a friend I was summoned with. In case you haven't noticed, there aren't many creatures that look like me on this world, so every now and then one of us will sneak off for a visit. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mention it. Dealing with loneliness was something Ben had been struggling with himself since he arrived on the planet, but he hadn't given much thought to how the other summoned were handling it. Sure, he was the one nobody wanted, but everyone he knew was almost immediately split up in the name of training. Honestly, it was something he should have tried to show more consideration about. Okay, my bad, have fun with your friend. With that he walked off, his thoughts filled with his own friends. Maybe when this was done, he'd try to make some time to visit them. It's not going to work. We'll see, Ben said as he continued putting the finishing touches on his work. With only one day left before he was to enter the trial, he was cutting it close, but the day was still early and he was almost done. Not only that, but the end result had turned out far better than he expected. Myriad let out a sigh. He had let his apostle have his privacy while he'd spent the last week getting acquainted with his new believers, and it looked like that led the boy to wasting his time and money. It seemed Ben had schemed to try something ridiculous with his holy water, applying it to a jacket. He would admit it looked nice, and he could understand the desire to have a coat that's defense would raise with his belief, but it would just be a jacket in the end. Ben, however, was sure of himself. He got the garment stitched together, giving it a thorough look over before he put on the finishing touch. He wanted it to be perfect after all. Satisfied there wasn't a stitch out of place, he reached down and grabbed the water skin beside him. The one he'd filled with Myriad's holy water only a week before, and as he had been told, soaked it. He thought he heard his god scream, but it was hard to be sure with all of the notifications going off in his head. Crafting level increased. Crafting level increased. Max level of the crafting job achieved. Quest place of worship completed. Rewarded with 8 levels to the crafting job. Crafting job already complete. 8 levels of job experience to be awarded to the next available job. Acquired skill sacrilege level 0. Sacrilege level increased. How? How did that work? Myriad screamed in despair while Ben had his own concerns. I maxed out my job before getting the quest reward? So those levels are going to go to the easiest bit of experience for me to get on the next one? That's so lame. Ben, I cannot begin to express how little that matters. How did you make this work? I mean, it fit the qualifications you gave me, why wouldn't it have worked? This isn't a church. It's a jacket. Only a crazy person would call this a church. Myriad tried to wrap his mind around what he was seeing but kept falling short. The quest shouldn't have been completed, it wasn't possible, but he could feel energy flow from him to Ben to raise his level, and he could sense his divinity from the coat. Tell me exactly how you made this, he ordered his believer as calmly as he could manage, given the circumstances. Ben, from the perspective of his god at least, was annoyingly happy to discuss the finer details of his work. Okay, so my thought process was like this. You want your church to be comfortable on top of safe, right? Sure, I suppose if people enjoy being in it, then that would be for the best. Right. So I figured some temperature control would be the way to go, and if it was just a bit on the smaller side it would be less mana intense. But then I thought about how small I could make it, and at what point it would be conceivable to power it with the mithril I have on hand to keep the price down, and then it occurred to me. All it needed was to be something someone would enter with your figure on the outside, then couldn't I make it a jacket? Once I figured that out, all I had to do was have some threads enchanted with fire and water spells to control the temp and blend them with a thin mithril wire to power them, then use that to make the jacket lining. I also made the zipper from mithril too, just to be sure the enchantment would get enough power, though honestly I'm pretty sure I overdid it a bit. After that, it just came down to getting a nice strong leather to go with it to complement any boost to defense it gets and put the entire thing together. Okay, but what about a figure of me? Don't tell me you just stitched something on the inside? No, of course not. I couldn't just hide away your representation, and I also wasn't just going to bedazzle you on. That would be rude and eat at my artistic pride. Well, mostly it would make the coat look like crap, so I just went subtle with it. Look. Ben threw on the jacket and zipped it up, revealing that the zipper itself was shaped like a cube. You call that, wait. Is that also made of mithril? Yeah, looks good, doesn't it? I figured it matched your sheen. Myriad wanted to cry. I think I figured out how you actually managed it. I can barely believe it, but it looks like you really believe what you're telling me. Combining genuine faith with the amount of mithril you used for it, and that may have been enough to force this stupid project into working. What does using mithril have to do with anything? For other gods, nothing. But both myself and my race as a whole had a strong connection to the metal. Using a material so deeply bound to me on top of having true faith that you were within the rules probably allowed this to happen. Great, mystery solved. Now mind if I ask a question? What? After all of this, he really wasn't in the mood, but he couldn't just brush off his apostle either. What does the sacrilege skill do? Oh, all that's good. Of course you gained sacrilege. Of course. Is it bad? It's sacrilege, doesn't that sound bad? It means when you die you're ending up somewhere in the infinite hells. Oh damn. The infinite hells. During his time at the church the topic had come up despite his lack of interest, and from what he could remember it was some sort of fractured plane of reality the gods would send the souls of the particularly wicked. It was a scary thought, being trapped there for all of eternity when he died. The only problem was that it was scary in a hypothetical sense. He couldn't actually work up any will to care. Is that really all you have to say? How are you not even a little concerned about what I just told you? Well, I mean, before I got here I was somewhere between an agnostic and an atheist. Being told I'm going to hell just doesn't have a huge impact on me since I didn't even know it was real until I started living in this world. He could actually hear his god deflate as he spoke. You're honestly insane, aren't you? Alright, ignore what I said, you aren't destined to suffer any eternal damnation, I just wanted to scare you for what you pulled. That doesn't seem super godly. Well, taking such major liberties with a divine quest isn't very apostly. Touché. He wasn't going to try and argue that. Even if he really believed it qualified, there was no denying that he knew it wasn't what Myriad had in mind. So what does it do then? Sacrilege is a skill gained through misusing or violating anything deemed exceptionally sacred. For the most part it allows the skill holder to misuse the gifts of gods to an easier extent. I know people who've gotten it in the past have done so through willfully destroying some of the items the gods have gifted the world, or doing things like using a church in a way that doesn't represent the will of its ruling god. What Myriad tried to skirt around was the fact that it might make it easier for Ben to twist his quests in the future, even without having proper faith that he was in the right. He was sure that if he knew that Ben would immediately start trying to test the limits of his skill. Thankfully his apostle seemed to accept the answer he was given and moved on. Okay, so there's no real problem with having the skill either, right? Myriad was quiet for a moment, contemplating his answer. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. It is possible for people to get it by acting in a way inappropriate for the land they are in, even if their actions would be acceptable in their homeland, but it's also a skill others may judge you for possessing. Especially for more formal gods, or the incredibly pious, if they were to learn you have that skill you may be viewed as a potential enemy. Revealing you're an apostle may ease any damage revealing that skill could cause, but I'd still recommend keeping you got a level in it secret. 2 actually. You're going to get a 3rd if you keep trying to kill me with these surprises. How am I supposed to have my believers make a pilgrimage now? When the other gods find out about this, I'm going to be humiliated. Okay, look, I'm sorry, but can I just ask one more thing? What? Does the length they travel matter at all? No, the point is to visit the church and pay proper respects. I could get significantly more power from the prayers that way. And do they have to be inside it while they pray? No. Having a statue outside is perfectly acceptable for praying to. So would it work if I go on a trip to greet your followers? I would assume that every faith has a large number of people who just don't bother making long journeys, but if I'm in the same city as them then a lot more would show up, right? Plus I can offer you prayers while I wear it if it will make it more powerful. There was a long stretch of silence as Myriad thought over what Ben had said. It's possible, his voice was filled with cautious optimism. We'd have to test it to be sure it would really work, but in principle that all makes sense. Okay, Ben, as much as I don't like it, if you actually created a portable church everything is forgiven. Ben, do you hate your God? Thera asked once he'd explained exactly what he had done and how the coat worked. Even though he'd just been told by Myriad that he should keep his new skill to himself, he figured telling her would be fine. In any case, it seemed like Myriad shared her sentiment. I wonder the same thing constantly, he spoke in Ben's mind, which he pretended not to hear. Me and Myriad get on great, this was just some creative differences after all. So anyway, I wanted to ask if you could take me to the nearest job change room. It looks like I managed to complete my current one just in time. You've only had this one for a few months. That's ridiculous. I finished 2 quests in a week, it shouldn't be too surprising. He elected not to mention that somehow completing the coat gave him enough experience that his current quest reward was just waiting to go into his next job. Thera was still giving him a look, but she walked out with him. There should be one in the Craftsman's Guild, so let's just go there. I want to hear what weird options you're going to have anyway. I only had 1 or 2 unusual jobs last time, that's all. What are the chances of getting more? She gave him another look, but eventually just sighed and spoke about how her training had been going while they walked there. Once they arrived and were pointed towards the job change room, he placed his hands on the crystal and let the options fill his mind. Available jobs. Enchanter. Trap user. Tree tamer. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecraft path. Craftsman sewing path. Priest. Heretic. So maybe a couple more weird ones then. He knew about all of the different craftsman paths from looking into how the craftsman job grew. Each was just an advanced version of his previous job that would allow his crafting skill to level up with greater ease for the specific path, as well as provide more job experience from those activities. It was the other 2 new ones that left him stumped. Thankfully it was only him and Thera in the room, so he asked his god aloud. Hey Myriad, have you ever heard of the priest or heretic jobs? I knew you'd be getting some weird ones, Thera muttered, which Ben chose to gloss over as he heard Myriad's panicked voice in his head. Absolutely do not take the heretic job. You've caused me enough stress today. Okay fine, but at least tell me about it please. It raises the level of sacrilege and increases any skills that are used to go against the will of gods. Are you happy? It sounded interesting, but not particularly useful. He didn't see himself going against enough gods to really make it worth his while after all. In that case, what about the priest skill? That one may not actually be a bad choice, Myriad told him while letting out a long sigh of relief. It helps you raise the level of the skills for the gods you devote yourself to, so in your case it would help you with leveling connect, and using the skill would give you job experience. You'd also gain experience by completing certain tasks such as gaining worshippers, giving prayers, and completing quests. From what I can tell, it may help raise your tolerance level as well. You were able to find out what it does? He'd asked Myriad about his new skill a few days ago, and while his god wasn't sure of its effect at the time he'd told him he'd ask around. It looks like it makes it easier to interact with the gods without suffering any ill effects. The more powerful a god is, the harder mortals can find it to be in their presence. An interesting skill, he guessed. Ben had never felt that he had any issue interacting with Myriad, but at the same time when they met it was safe to say he was probably the world's weakest god. If getting him more followers would make it harder for him to interact with him, then Ben was happy to get the skill. Even if he stressed his god out, he still enjoyed his company. As for the job itself though, it actually sounded useful enough that he wanted to take a moment to think it over. Originally he had planned on taking enchanter, but with the priest job available it seemed like it would be a good way to raise his connect level. If only he had gotten something like Craftsman enchanting path, but that didn't seem to be an option. While enchanting seemed to be classified as a crafting type skill by the job system, it wasn't part of the crafting skill itself. It came down to what he thought would be more immediately useful, enchanting or connecting. Both skills seemed important for enchanting with other people's skills, and both were necessary for improving Thera's armband. Enchanting would be important if he wanted to help make better staves for Thera. Connect would help with the goal his god gave of raising its level so he could see whatever future potential the skill has. He filled Thera in on what Myriad explained for both jobs and asked for both of their opinions. I'm in favor of the priest job. You'll get experience for the people you've led to convert, and I suspect that soon a variety of nations will have at least a couple enchanters they'll want getting my skill. Possibly more from this one too. Not to mention your enchanting will still be receiving the bonuses from your past jobs, so it's not entirely neglected. Thera looked thoughtful before giving her opinion. The priest one sounds good, but have you been given your next quest yet? Maybe you should wait until you know what it will be before you commit. An excellent point. Myriad, what do you have for me anyway? Well, the good news is you have options now. And the bad news? The rewards aren't the greatest. I can give you the option of completing an achievement in my name for 5 job levels, or growing my faith again, though this time to an additional 100 believers for 20 job levels. Ben thought it over. As nice as 20 job levels could be, growing his faith again was out of the question. He wasn't sure how many new believers Myriad would be acquiring, but he didn't want to be stuck after getting 40 or something and never being able to complete the quest. As for the first option, the reward didn't seem that bad at least. It was comparable enough to what he'd already gotten, plus the job levels would help him get out of the job a little faster if he took priest and it didn't suit him. There were some clear issues, but he did have a question about it. What counts as an achievement? Could I complete Anilia's trial in your name? That would be rather unorthodox, but completing a trial is definitely an achievement. I would be worried about doing such a thing getting you a level of sacrilege, but since you apparently already have 2, it shouldn't be enough to push you to 3. So if we successfully complete it, I'll be able to get 5 levels of job experience. That doesn't sound so bad for something I need to do anyway. Plus if completing it gets me even more job experience, then it will pay off. That sounds like a pretty good deal. At worst, he would be stuck in it for a couple of years, but as long as he kept selecting quests he thought he had a chance of completing, then he should be able to get through it, and his previous jobs had already increased his ability to improve his crafting and enchanting. Having bonuses go towards his connect would be a lot of help. Alright, in that case I'll complete an achievement for you. Received quest, Glory to God. With his new quest selected, he placed his hands back on the job crystal. It wasn't what he had been expecting when he came to the job room, but he'd made his choice. Acquired job, priest level 0. Bonuses granted to improving vitality recovery, mana recovery, and intelligence. All skills related to your faith will receive a growth bonus. Name, Ben Hef. Race, human. Titles, Apostle of Myriad. Jobs, Priest, LV8. Previous jobs, Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman. Attributes. Vitality, 162. Vitality recovery rate, 1 per hour. Mana, 86. Mana recovery rate, 6 per minute. Strength, 140. Agility, 84. Stamina, 603. Intelligence, 211. Affinities. Light, 3. Life, 2. Fire, 4. Water, 3. Air, 4. Earth, 2. Death, 3. Dark, 1. Space, 4. Time, 5. Resistances. Light, 68. Life, 72. Fire, 75. Water, 69. Air, 66. Earth, 81. Death, 78. Dark, 85. Space, 63. Time, 61. Blessed skills. Crafting LV5. Enchanting LV3. Focus LV3. Passive skills. World Speak Plus. Tolerance LV0. Sacrilege LV1. Active skills. Dismantling LV1. Stealth LV0. Connect LV3. Hidden Mind LV0. Blessings. Myriad's Blessing. Ben felt a slight grimace when he heard what attributes would be enhanced. Intelligence was at least good for his crafting as well, but mana recovery wasn't too useful for him since he wasn't a mage. There was a good chance he'd be using more enchanted tools now that he had a way to make them himself, so a faster recovery could be helpful, but his mana pool itself was so dreadfully low he would have much preferred to get some bonuses to that instead. As for vitality recovery, well, that was a whole other issue to him. When Ben first got to asking about it, he had assumed that it had been as simple as it looked. He would lose a point of vitality and get it back in an hour. Unfortunately, it seemed significantly more complex than that, and he wasn't entirely clear on the rules. It looked like that was his recovery rate if he was in basically perfect health, but the more severe an injury he had, the more his recovery rate would be dampened. A bruise could heal in the span of an hour, but some of the more serious injuries he'd had, like any time something tried to eat him, could be severe enough that it may as well be non-existent. He knew it did something and it was better than nothing, but he'd also spent more than enough time being treated by Sonia to know not to depend on it. Still, he would just have to try and get through it the best he could. It wasn't like any of his job options would be immediately helpful with the trial anyway. He zipped up his coat and offered a prayer to Myriad to thank him for his advice, before heading back with Thera. They were entering the trail the next morning, and with the amount he'd spent preparing in the last couple days, he had just wanted to relax. He stood outside of a large gate, poles with snake-like statues coiled around them guarding the entrance to the trial he and Thera were about to face. He was a little worried. He definitely could have tried to prepare more for what he was about to face, but he got tunnel vision at the thought of completing his previous job quicker. At least if things went wrong, he'd get some experience from all the praying he'd do. Still, he didn't regret it, well, for the most part. If there was one thing he regretted, it was Thera's staves. He had completed 2 new ones for her right before he'd gotten his 2 level-ups to his crafting, and as with every level-up he could immediately see where he could have improved. The fact that she was walking in there with such inferior products ate at him, even if it would have meant working through the day again, without any rest. "I'd rather you be bothered by the fact you could die, you know, and working that long without any break before you enter would just lower your survival chances," his god interjected, worry filling his voice. "If it looks bad, we'll run, don't stress too much, Myriad. You'll rust or something." "Very funny, but you know I won't be able to talk to you while you're in there. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to give you any warnings after all. You should be a bit more concerned." "I'm plenty concerned, it's just hard to fear some hypothetical mystery danger. Besides, how could I be afraid of something so beautiful?" He was having his heart stolen by the trial. If he wasn't aware of his resistance to dark magics, he would bet he'd been charmed from looking at the enchantments that filled the wall and gate that created the trial's boundary. "Of course that's all you can think about," Myriad lamented. "Well, if that's all that's going to be on your mind, perhaps you'll find this interesting. If those enchantments were placed on an item, it would be considered mythic grade." "Really?" When he gave it some thought, it made sense. Mythic grade items were like the trials, in that they were both created by the gods. The fact that they were able to make anything so incredible was enough to boggle his mind. What's truly incredible is that any gods managed to make items that could exist within the mortal realm at all. Trials are one thing, but something like a mythic weapon for a mortal is a whole other. Wait, What do you mean? Why wouldn't it be able to exist in our realm? Anything with that much raw power doesn't want to exist in lower realms of reality. Even making them slightly stronger could send them to the realm gods reside in. Anything mythic basically means it's on the edge of leaving reality itself. Seriously? Does that mean if a mortal made anything powerful enough it would end up with the gods? I only know of one instance where that happened, but it does show that it was possible. Of course it took the efforts of an entire civilization to achieve that, so that's not on the scale a single mortal can achieve. Myriad, you can't just say that and not expect me to want more. Come on, let's hear the story. I'll tell you when you complete the trial. I promise it will be worth your while, so make sure you survive, okay? Survival was always in the plans, don't you worry. I'll be holding you to this. Good, I put a sizable bet on you after all. What? He couldn't see his god, but Ben got the distinct impression Myriad was shrugging, or at least the cubic equivalent of it. Watching people take the trials is a pretty popular pastime up here, and if I'm going to gamble it should be on the success of my own apostle after all. I feel like I just heard something I wasn't supposed to know. So what do the gods have our odds at? Don't worry about it and do your best. So bad then, gotcha. He tried to ignore the ominous feeling that came with knowing that various gods thought they didn't have a chance and turned to Thera. You all ready? As I can be. Really wish I knew what we were going to face though. She faced the gate, her cloak covering her face, making it impossible to tell what expression she wore, but her tone of voice made her sound ready for whatever they may face. Same, but we've prepared all we can, let's just do our best. A positive attitude. Pelania cut in. Just remember to run if you need to, there's no shame in it. We're going to beat this, Mom, don't you worry, Thera said defiantly. Then I'm going to get Ben and Falk to make even more staves for me. I'm sure you won't mind covering the costs since this will show it's worth the time, right? Of course that will be fine, so you're both prepared? As we can be, Ben had bought a variety of supplies on top of having his coat done and 2 other tools, a gauntlet enchanted with barrier magic as well as what he was lovingly calling charm bombs. He would have liked to get more items made up, but he was happy with what he had managed, though in hindsight it would have been smarter to just buy some weapons and tools instead. Good, then if you're ready, go on in. 2 guards pulled open the gate and they looked at the forest within. Aren't we going to wait for Carly and Glob? Ben asked. If they were all taking the trial, he wouldn't mind taking advantage of strength in numbers for at least a little bit, but he was shot down. There are 6 different gates for the trial, they're starting at the next couple over. While up to 6 pairs could take it at once, they can't enter from the same gate. So no strength in numbers. Great. Still waiting around wouldn't do them any good. They looked to one another, and with a nod walked into the trial. This is already a nightmare. Ben thought to himself, though he was being overly dramatic. They hadn't faced any life or death challenges yet, nor difficult puzzles to face. The issue was they couldn't go even a few minutes without one of them falling to the ground. When they first entered, they were both drawn to the view immediately. An ancient forest that came from a lost world made quite the sight, and they were both carving it into their eyes while trying to remain vigilant for any threats within. Ben was getting lost in the sights as he fell onto his face, and after getting back up Thera immediately did the same. At first it was a little embarrassing, thinking their nerves had distracted them, but after almost 30 minutes of it they understood something else was going on, they just couldn't tell what. Even Ben's focus couldn't keep him from spotting whatever he would fall over laying on the forest floor, be it a branch or stone or small hole in the ground, all they knew was that it was getting to them. Still it was only an annoyance until the next time Ben lost his footing, and a pit opened in the ground where he was falling towards, a couple of meters across, with seemingly no bottom for him to hit. His saving grace was Thera beside him. Faster than he could react, she threw her arm toward him as he fell and yanked back, bringing them both tumbling just outside its edge. Holy crap, thanks for the save. His heart was beating at a mile a minute and he was content to lay down and collect himself from the near-death experience, thinking that maybe he was a little too quick to accept a life and death trail from a god. No problem. Looks like it's finally getting serious, Thera said, sounding relieved. The entire time she'd been waiting for something to happen, the fact that it did was a load off her mind. I don't know, I think I'd be happier if the entire thing was just a test of our mental endurance and seeing how long we could deal with being annoyed. You think the hole has a bottom, or would we just fall until we starve to death? She peered down before grabbing a stone and tossing it in, waiting to hear a noise that didn't come. Well, maybe it's deep enough that we could figure something out before we hit the bottom, she offered, though Ben wasn't fond of the prospect. They continued on, though at a slower, more careful pace, but it didn't help. Thera was the next one to lose her footing, but Ben wasn't quick enough to grab her. As she fell toward the gap, she managed to kick off the pit's edge with her foot and grab onto the other side, holding on with all her strength while Ben rushed over to pull her up. I could not be more grateful that you don't weigh as much as the marble skin and golden blood would imply, he joked as he tried to catch his breath. Do you think maybe all the tripping at first was a warning? Like if you can't deal with this, just turn around before you fall to your death? Maybe, Thera told him while calming herself down. I've heard before that Analia has one of the kinder trials. I always just thought that was because you were allowed to leave it if things got too rough instead of having to either succeed or die, but maybe a warning like that could count as kind? So what do you want to do? She bit her lip in thought. Well, we've both almost fallen to our deaths, but at the same time if it stays like this for a while I think we'll be able to manage. I'm fairly confident that I can keep you from falling, and as long as it's just more pitfalls I should be able to leap across as long as I'm ready for it. Sure, unless the gap gets wider, or the trial changes. There's no way it's just avoiding pitfalls until we get the flower, right? She looked away from him. No, I can't imagine any trial that would be that straightforward. If you want to turn back, we can. It's not right to ask you to risk your life just so I can keep training to be a mage. He let out a sigh. That's not what I meant. As long as you want to keep up on this, I'm here for you. I'm just worried. Anything you can think of that could help with this? No. You? No. I guess it's just being careful then. Please don't let me plummet to my dramatic death. He tried to say playfully, but was pretty sure he failed. Still, Thera seemed sincere in her response. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The rest of the day was spent dodging pits in the ground. Well, Thera dodged them. Ben was basically entirely dependent on her pushing and pulling him out of the way. I genuinely feel like I'm seeing a different side of you, he said admiringly when they stopped to make camp. Where did that come from? I don't know how many times we've come close to dying today. Over 20, but your reaction speed is great. How did you get so good at avoiding stuff? Well, you know, when I was hunting alone, having a quick reaction time was important if I wanted to escape if my staff broke. She told him with a small chuckle. Also, don't laugh, but I used to be a dancer. It helped with my speed and reflexes. Wait, really? That's super cool. Why have I never seen you dance? I'm not just going to dance for you, that would be super embarrassing. It was from before I decided I wanted to be a mage anyway. My parents wanted me to pursue something that would help me fit in more with high society, so I got the job and a few levels in the skill, but when I got older I decided that as fun as it wasn't going to be my career. Why not? I mean, if you like it then I'd think that would be great. She shrugged. I blame my spirit heritage. You know how I told you that spirits mostly just talk about their affinity? Well, as boring as it can be, I feel that. Earth magic is in my blood. Even if I'm terrible at it, I could never be really content if I'm not using it. That's why I need to finish this trial. As she finished, she got a hard look in her eye and Ben took her hand. We'll do our best. Now you get some sleep, I'll keep first watch. Even if they hadn't encountered any living thing there, they still didn't want to risk something attacking in the night. You sure? I don't mind going first if you need rest. You're the one who's spent all day jumping around keeping both of us alive. Besides, I want to spend some time talking to this guy, Ben said, tapping the trunk of one of the giant trees they decided to set up camp against. You and your plants. She laughed with a shake of her head. Okay, thanks. Wake me in a few hours then. As he got comfortable against its trunk, he found the dark of the night to be peaceful in its own way as a soft breeze passed through the forest and rattled branches as it went. As he listened to the sounds of the woods, he quietly spoke under his breath so as to not disturb Farah. Myriad, are you there? But he got no answer. Even though he'd been warned ahead of time that his god wouldn't be able to contact him, Ben had grown used to his constant presence. For Myriad to not be around to chat with just felt wrong. Still, there was nothing to be done for it, so instead Ben decided to pass the time training his connect skill like he'd told Thera he would. He placed his hands on the roots of the tree towering above him, and when his mind touched its own, he felt as though he had awakened a sleeping giant. Its mind felt old beyond compare. Ben was pretty positive some trees on Earth would get to a couple thousand years if they were lucky, and he was willing to bet the one he was currently connected with would beat out any that could be found on his homeworld. As his connect skill had grown, it had become far easier for him to pick up on the emotions of plants. He wasn't sure if they could be described as having a true mind, but a conversation was certainly occurring between him and it. He was doing the equivalent of small talk at first, introducing himself and making pleasantries, before getting to the heart of the matter, trying to get clues as to what lay ahead in the trial. Unfortunately, the tree lived on a different scale of time to him, with thousands of days blending into each other. Any other creatures would pass by in the blink of an eye, few having leaned against its trunk as Ben currently was, and without any way of telling if they were trial takers or monsters that lived within the forest. Without a sense of sight, it got its information about the wider world through the detection of tremors in the ground and the sharing of pheromones between the various plants that made up the forest. With that lead lost, Ben was content to spend the night chatting, creating one of the most interesting nights in the unmoving giant's life. Ben, for the love of your God, can you try and watch where you're going? I can't help that yours was some sort of sadistic ass when they made this place. He wasn't sure if it was spending the night in the woods or the stress of the previous day catching up to them, but when morning came they were both in terrible moods. Moods which only got worse as the day went on and they continued to face the risk of plummeting to their deaths. Worse was how little progress they'd made since entering the trial. If they didn't need to keep themselves from falling to their deaths every 5 or 10 minutes they would have gotten significantly farther, but then again it was part of the trial. He wouldn't be surprised if that was just meant to wear them down mentally, and if that was the case it was succeeding. With every near-death experience, they started to bicker more and more. In the back of his mind, Ben couldn't help but find it a bit out of character. They'd never really fought before, but his worsening mood pushed it away. Finally, as if to grant them some peace, that branch of the trial seemed to end. A good 20 minutes had passed without them falling over whatever littered the ground, and the earth was content to stay in place instead of giving way to unending pits, but neither of them could enjoy it. They were both too annoyed with each other, Thera for his inability to keep himself safe, and Ben for her attitude, that neither of them were in the mood to speak. Why's she got to be like this? I'm in the stupid life and death scenario to help her. And I'm just a freaking craftsman. Well, priest, but that's not the point. Why is she being so? What was that? He asked all of a sudden, leaving his thoughts and breaking the silence. What was what? She said while looking around. Something just ran through the trees. She immediately went on guard and raised her staff, but neither of them saw any movement. It must have just been the wind. She told him dismissively. Come on, I want to enjoy this peaceful area while it lasts. I'm sure I saw something. He immediately felt defensive. He knew there was something out there. Well, if you see it again let me know, but otherwise, let's just go already. Her harsh tone didn't help anyone's mood, but with nothing coming out at them, there was no point in arguing. They resumed walking for another 10 minutes apiece, before Ben saw it again. There. In front of us. He pointed as something ran by, just through the trees ahead, but he was still alone in his sighting. Ben, I was looking that way the entire time. If you needed more rest, you should have said so before we got started. Anger filled his voice when he heard her response. This isn't a me being tired thing. This is a me not wanting to get eaten thing. How did you not see that? 'Cause there was nothing there. She yelled back before trying to calm down. Look, do you see anything now? No. He begrudgingly acknowledged. Then come on, let's get going already. He could tell from her tone she wasn't going to listen until she saw something too, so he gave up for now. Fine. He wasn't happy that she wasn't taking him seriously, especially with their lives on the line, but all he could do was keep vigilant. As they continued on for the next 4 hours, he thought he kept catching more glimpses of a figure or multiple figures passing through the trees in the distance, but each time he was alone in his sightings. Thera only grew more annoyed as the time went on and eventually stopped. That's it. Take a nap and clear your head. I can't put up with this until nightfall. I'm telling you something's out there. Well, it's only bothering you. Now just lay down for a bit and I'll keep watch. She pushed him down and despite his annoyance, he gave in. He admittedly hadn't slept as well as he would have liked to anyway the night before, so he closed his eyes and let sleep take him. He wasn't sure how long he had been out. With the sky covered by trees he couldn't use the sun to judge, but he felt significantly more rested, though as he sat up his heart froze. Sitting maybe 30 feet away was some sort of humanoid creature, and when he locked eyes with it, it began to get up, as if it had been waiting for him to awaken. Standing at around 9 feet tall, he would have mistaken it for a person at a distance. But its long arms dragged across the ground as it stood upright, with 2 empty holes where its eyes should have been. Holy shit, Thera, I'm pretty sure you should be shooting that. He said in a panic. Oh, you're up? Wait, what are you talking about? Giant monster walking towards us and my intense desire to not die mostly, now if you would please. She looked to where he was pointing and her expression changed from one of annoyance to concern. Ben, there's nothing there. Is the trial making you see things? As she said this, the creature's mouth curled up into a cruel grin, like it was enjoying his fear and her dismissal as it approached them. Not wanting either of them to die, Ben grabbed her hand and forced her to run with him like their lives depended on it. As far as he was concerned, they did. What the hell are you doing? She yelled. Look, I don't know if I'm seeing things, but I don't want to take the risk. Now please come on. As they ran, he spotted more creatures coming out of the woods, all with the same hollowed eyes and taunting smiles, and all of them simply walked towards them, though with their height he wasn't getting as much distance as he would have liked. 6 of them. He didn't like their odds, but he had an idea at least. Thera, I'll cover the burden on your staff if you can open a pit in the earth about 20 feet back. You said we should only do this in an emergency. I'd call this an emergency. Ben, there's nothing there. She yelled and stopped in her tracks. If the stress is too much for you, let's just leave. I don't want you getting me killed. She wrenched his hand from her grip and turned around and started walking back the way they came, in the direction of the creatures. Their grins widened as they quickly closed the gap between them, the closest raising its massive clawed hand, trying to tear into Thera's face. Skin tore and blood flew, but Thera was spared injury. Ben had rushed in front of her, throwing his arm and by extension his gauntlet between them, only for the creature's claws to slice cleanly through the barrier it produced, the gauntlet itself, and the jacket he'd made for Myriad. Damn it Chitawawow, this hurts. There was no time to focus on the pain though. He grabbed Thera's hand and with a renewed effort ran for their lives. What happened? Thera yelled at him. From her perspective it seemed as though he had rushed in front of her, only for his arm to erupt into a bloody mess. There's a fucking monster there. That's what happened. He turned to look back at the creatures tailing them. They were gaining some distance, but not as much as he would have liked, and he knew he at least wouldn't be able to keep the pace up for much longer. With the almost lazy attitude they seemed to have while chasing them, he didn't think there was much chance of tiring them out, so that meant they needed to act. There's nowhere to hide and we aren't escaping these things. I need you to fight. How am I supposed to fight something I can't even see? Well, I can, so just trust me here. He came to a dead stop and spun them around. Thera grasped her staff and looked about blindly. He grabbed onto her and her staff and connected to her, suddenly being filled with her emotions. There was guilt over what happened, but there was also still so much anger. Normally, if he felt someone's mood like this, he would try to make sure he was as calm as possible to try and relax them, but that just wasn't an option for him at the moment. His own mind was in turmoil. He briefly wondered why that was, but he didn't have the time to focus on it. Their feelings were building on each other as Ben aimed her staff and Thera tried to pull together enough matter for an earth bullet, but having even less control than usual, the forest itself began to rip itself apart as her magic ran wild. The creatures were thrown to the ground by the chaos, and Ben did everything he could to try and hold the staff together, strengthening every inch of it as the raw mana wanted to tear it apart and trying to keep rebuilding the sacrificial enchants as fast as they would break. The creatures were on the ground in front of them, and that's where Ben directed her aim, even knowing it wouldn't go well for them either, and Thera fired her shot. The spell was massive, at least 4 times greater than when she worked to manage it, and when it hit the ground where the creatures fell it felt like the entire world shook, and the impact threw both of them back. Ben did his best to fight past a body full of pain and a raging headache from using too much mana as he got up and looked around. He wouldn't need to worry about anything sneaking up on them for a while, at least. Thera's magic had pulled down all of the more regularly sized trees around them, leaving only the true giants standing in place. He got up and searched the area, not seeing any sign of the creatures they encountered, not so much as a corpse. He was sure they had been hit. Perhaps they had been buried, or maybe they disappeared when their part of the trial was done. Either way, he looked to Thera as she was pulling herself up and tried to not let his anger get to him. If she had just listened to him from the beginning, things would have gone so much smoother. Seeing her appear fine, he didn't say a word, instead opting to lay against the trunks of one of the giant trees and dig through his bag. Stupid, he thought to himself. He'd been so focused on his tools that he'd neglected one of the most important supplies he should have brought. Bandages and healing potions. What sort of narrow-mindedness kept a person from realizing they could be hurt, he thought as he chastised himself. What he did have was a magic tool that would gather water from the air to drink. He didn't have mana to activate it at the moment, but it was thankfully full. He poured it over his arm while looking over his injury. It wasn't very deep, luckily. The gauntlet and coat both managed to at least reduce the damage the creature's claws could do, but it still hurt. If he'd bothered to learn more alchemy beyond what he would need to incorporate monster parts into his tools and weapons, then maybe he could have thrown something together in the forest, but he'd been neglecting that area of study, only making some potions here and there to help keep the store's stocks up. Once the wound was clean, he tore up a spare shirt and wrapped it around his cuts before laying against the trunk of the tree, connecting with it to try and distract himself from the pain. Touching the tree's mind had an instant calming effect on him. With the giant in a perpetual state of relaxation itself, it was easier to push aside some of the negativity he'd been filled with since he woke up. He spent time with it, sending thoughts and feelings back and forth to get acquainted when he felt an emotion he had to take as a question. Why? He wasn't sure what it meant at first, but he wasn't using hidden mind at all. His thoughts and feelings were laid bare to it, and it wanted to know where all of the anger was coming from. Of course I'm angry. We almost died. Plus Thera's been moody all day long. I'm just feeding off of her bad attitude. In the back of his mind, though, something felt wrong. He hadn't really been himself since he woke up either, had he? At least he didn't think he usually would act like this. Why? The tree probed further, wanting to understand more, and making Ben think deeper. He couldn't remember the last time he felt like this. He hadn't been mad at Thera when she was being so cold to him when they first met, and when he was attacked by a Skrell on their first hunt together. At most, he was probably annoyed that she didn't help him back. They had even put their lives on the line and trust in each other to face Roan's monsters. The tree was right. Why was he being like this? He felt his eyes widen as a thought occurred to him, and he renewed his effort of focusing on the tree, trying to force its calmness into himself while calling out to Thera. Hey, I need you over here now. The urgency in his voice brought her rushing over as she still struggled with her own feelings. Guilt at Ben getting hurt, but with anger still lingering in her mind. Now just as much of it was directed at herself as it had been to him though. Why had she been so unwilling to believe him? This was the trial of her God. Invisible monsters shouldn't have been outside the realm of possibilities. Why couldn't she give him the faith she had before? As she tried to deal with that, he grabbed her hand and connected to her, making her feel his more calm state, as well as that of the tree he was still linked with. What's going on? She didn't understand what he was aiming for, but he just told her to wait for a bit and try to let the sense of ease and relaxation envelop her. She wanted to argue, but it felt so peaceful. Stress and anger had been with her throughout the day. The thought of taking some time to calm down was a temptation she couldn't resist when presented to her, and she quietly sat down beside Ben, trying to let her emotions melt away. When Ben felt her relax to a more reasonable level, he spoke up. "I'm sorry. I've been in a pissy mood all day and let myself take it out on you, and that's not cool." The sudden apology caught her off guard but helped calm her even more, but at the same time raised her guilt to all new levels. "No, I'm sorry, I've been rude all morning and I didn't believe you, and now you're hurt because of me. I don't know why I've been like this." She didn't look at him but rested her head on his shoulder. Ben could feel her complicated emotions through their connection and put an arm around her before saying his theory on the matter. "I think we've been under some sort of mental effect." The idea surprised Thera enough that she turned to look up at him through her cloak. "But that would be dark magic. At your resistance of 80 and mine of 40 you would feel it significantly less than me, if at all." "Sure, if this was from a mortal that would make sense, but can you be sure a god's magic would work like that? Or who's to say this isn't some non-attribute spell? The entire day today has felt unnatural and out of character, and yesterday with the constant tripping it feels like I was being distracted by the world around me." She thought what he said over and couldn't find any flaw with his reasoning. It just left a problem. "So what do we do then? If there is some magic messing with our minds, I don't know how to deal with it." "We do what we're doing now," he told her. "Every 10 or 15 minutes, let's just stop and use one of the trees to relax ourselves. It seems to work well enough." "Seems like that will slow us down a lot, our pace already isn't great," she said a bit dubiously, but Ben only shrugged. "Better than being dead though, right?" With their mental states being stabilized by using the tree as an emotional crutch, Ben and Thera stopped to take stock of their situation. Thera's staff broke. Her previously erratic emotional situation left her with too little control of her magic, and Ben hadn't been in a proper state of mind to properly reduce the load on it, leaving her with one remaining staff. As for Ben, his injury wasn't so great that they couldn't continue. He'd need to get it treated as soon as they got out, but as long as he kept it clean and didn't let it get too bad, he could have a healer treat it later, at the Queen's expense of course. As for his tools, well, he still had 15 charm bombs in his bag. The issue was his coat and gauntlet. The coat wouldn't be able to be repaired until they left, but with only the sleeve damaged it actually wasn't that big of a deal. Sure, that arm would have less defensive capabilities, but looking at how things turned out, whatever defenses it was providing as a church weren't great enough to protect against the trial. On the more positive side, its temperature control worked fine, leaving him cool and refreshed despite it all. Then there was his gauntlet. With thick gashes cut through the metal, it didn't look great, but it wasn't unsalvageable. He wouldn't be able to repair the metal itself without the proper tools, but the damage to the enchantments could be fixed, even without access to someone with barrier magic. He hadn't had too much of a chance to do it himself, but he understood the theory of it at least. He just needed to use his mana to reconnect any sections of the enchantment or fill any holes that could be found within it. This could be a little tricky if he were to try it on a random item brought into the shop, but he was working on an enchantment he'd made himself. He knew exactly how everything was supposed to fit together. He didn't need to rebuild enough of it that it would affect its overall performance, but there was a different issue. When he had made the tool, he'd tested it out rather extensively, and quickly realized that his level of mana alone wouldn't be enough to make it last for more than a few seconds. He needed to compensate for that, which meant making the gauntlet from a mithril alloy. Aside from the financial hit, he hadn't realized just how much of a fortune of mithril he'd wasted on his coat and desperately wished he'd saved a thimble's worth. It also meant that by having gashes torn into it, he would have to supply more mana, and it wouldn't be able to make it last as long. Originally it would have lasted for a couple minutes, but now he couldn't be sure. Of course, it's not like it was actually super helpful on its first official use anyway. He thought to himself with more mirth than expected. He couldn't help but feel a little amused by how spectacularly it failed. Sure, it was during the trial of a god, he should have expected it to be tough, but when he tested it out before, it had been able to take some serious damage. Oh well. He maintained the connection with the tree and Thera while he worked. He wasn't sure how soon whatever effects or spell of the trial would come back to him once he disconnected, and he wasn't about to let that ruin his work. Unfortunately, it was also going to be a slow process. Neither of them knew if any more of those creatures would show up, and if Ben was still the only one who would be able to see them, then that meant he needed to be on watch on top of anything else. It was a bit more multitasking than he would have liked, but in the spirit of trying to make sure they both stayed alive, he dealt with it. As he split his focus between trying to spot any incoming monsters and trying to repair his enchantments, he felt something scratching at his mind. Something seems off, he thought to himself. It was nothing in the environment bothering him, nor did he think it had anything to do with the trial. The source of his confusion came from his own enchantments. He wasn't sure how to put it, but they seemed more tangible in a way, as if his mana sense had improved. Perhaps it was a sign his enchantment would level up soon, at least he could hope. The other option he could think of was that it was simply how it felt to repair an enchantment, but he couldn't be sure. He filed it away in his mind to look into more later, though. There were more pressing issues at the moment. He finished up without any major incidents. Either they were getting a reprieve from the monsters or that section of the trial was complete. It was hard to say without venturing further, but with night being close they decided to make camp where they sat instead. Unfortunately, the prospect of camping created a problem. So if I'm the only one who can see these things, should I just not sleep tonight? He didn't want to rely on the creatures waiting for him to wake up again. The act seemed to be one of intentional cruelty, but since they'd shown they could defeat them, he doubted he'd get a repeat of it. I'm not sure. If the trial is making it so only one person knows what's going on, then I don't know how we're going to last the night. Ben looked to the sky and thought for a bit. Well, I did already get some extra sleep and I'm used to staying up pretty late anyway. Maybe I could just stay up for the rest of the night and continue on in the morning? And risk you getting killed for making a mistake in exhaustion? I don't think so. Do you think you could at least get an hour nap in? Then the risk is both of us dying instead of just me. Fuck, I have no clue what to do about this. Ben wanted to pull out his hair in agitation. With no way of knowing if any more of those things were out there, he didn't know what they should do, and the wrong choice was liable to get someone killed. Not for the first time he asked himself why he agreed to this so easily. He definitely should have tried to get some sort of personal gain out of it instead of just accepting followers for Myriad. Well, I suppose I can think of one more option, Thera hesitantly said. But it may be the worst one. I'm listening. We keep going through the night. Walk through a dense woods in the night when it's too dark to see anything? Not sure I'm crazy about the idea. The pit stopped shortly after we started feeling angry with each other. If we assume that one section of the trial ends where the next begins, then if it's something that won't actively hunt us, we'll be safe. Kind of a big assumption, Ben told her, expressing his concern. You can't really judge a pattern from just 2 bits of info. What if even more creatures are ahead? Maybe something more dangerous? Thera shook her head, giving it some thought. There are trials from war gods and the like that are probably mostly combat-focused, but Analia isn't like that. She's a goddess who represents caring and companionship. It's why the condition is to take the trial with the person you're most close to. I'm who you're most close with? He said, perking up and looking at her beside him. He remembered asking about the condition for taking the trial before, but he was fairly sure at the time she had just said they needed to be fairly close. She awkwardly looked away from him, embarrassed to let that slip. Well, it's not typically supposed to be family from what I understand, and I don't exactly have many friends, so there's no real difference for me. Anyway, she rushed to change the subject. You may remember when I first showed you this, I called it the trial of Analia and Talona. Most people don't mention him since he died fighting for the homeworld before any living succubus arrived on this planet, but the point is that neither of them were gods of combat. Anyone can take the trial as long as they have someone they can work together with. I don't think we need to expect too much fighting here. Okay. If you're sure, then let's keep going for now at least. He didn't like it, but then again he didn't like any of the options they thought of. There was still enough light to see by at least, and even though they hadn't used it yet, he had a lighter in his bag. Worst to worst, he'd make a simple torch for the walk. They quickly ate some food and had some water before carrying on, making their way through the woods as it steadily got darker. They stopped every little bit to connect to one of the trees to try and keep themselves more stable, but as they progressed it felt like they were able to keep a healthy attitude through their own efforts and stopped less frequently to try and make it to the next section of the trial quicker. In all that time they didn't see any other creature, but they faced another problem: exhaustion. A wave of sleepiness slowly overtook them both, and through mutual agreement sat down to rest. Thera leaned her head against his shoulder and seemed to nod off immediately. So much for walking to the next part of the trial. I guess she has been up a fair bit longer than me, he thought to himself. Maybe he would rest his own eyes for a moment. What would be the harm? No. He shouldn't be as overwhelmingly tired as he was. It had to be another part of the trial. He tried to force himself up, to shake Thera awake, but the weariness had sunk deep into his bones. There was no escaping it, despite how much he wanted to. As his mind screamed out, his eyes closed. As she laid against the tree, feeling the hot light of the sun pass through her robe and warm her skin, she initially didn't want to get up. Everything was just too comfortable. She was sure Ben could stay on watch a little longer while she enjoyed her rest, but something felt wrong with that thought, and her eyes flew open. She wasn't supposed to be resting. She was supposed to have gone on to the next branch of the trial. Why had she been asleep? She looked around for Ben, praying nothing had happened to him through the night, before locking eyes with him. Well, one of him. She thought she was seeing double for a minute. Maybe she was even still asleep, but for whatever reason there were two identical Bens holding hands in front of her. She grabbed her staff at her side, unsure of what to do, when they spoke to her in one voice. Oh good, you're both finally awake. The way they spoke in unison took Thera by surprise, and she felt a shiver go down her spine. Creepy. She had no clue what to make of this development and had no idea what to do. Was one the real Ben, or were they both fakes? Should she attack? Run? Her mind was moving so fast that she didn't immediately process what they'd said. Wait. What do you mean both? Two voices spoke out at the same time, causing Thera to jump back. The other person reacted the same way, and Thera got a good look at them. It made her stomach drop. A long hooded cloak and a staff in hand, it was like she was looking in a mirror. She was facing what looked like a perfect copy of herself. She wasn't sure what she should do, but nothing didn't seem like an option. What if it attacked while she was in her state of confusion? She didn't want it to get the drop on her and raised her staff to prepare her spell while her duplicate did the same. Each of them began pulling earth from the ground to use their magic when both Bens came between them. I get you're both surprised, but maybe killing each other can wait until we've talked things out, they said, still holding hands and continuing to speak at the same time. What are we supposed to do then? Her duplicate asked. This seems like the sort of thing where we defeat the fake and continue on. Watch who you're calling a fake. And why are you both so comfortable together already, Ben? Doesn't this freak you out? Well, first, when you were talking about the trial last night, I think you were right. This section at least doesn't necessarily have anything to do with combat. The point is likely to figure out who the original is through our shared history. So I just need to figure out which one is my Ben then? She said thoughtfully. Would it just be a day of questioning then? But how long would that take, and what to ask? She tried to think of a question that could cut to the heart of the matter, but the bend shot her down as she and her own duplicate struggled. That's not going to work. We aren't close enough. She froze when she heard that, not knowing how to react and feeling a small panic come over her. Oh my gosh, was I the only one that thought we were close now? But he's the one who said he wanted to be friends, and he agreed to do this trial, and I guess I really didn't tell him that this trial was supposed to be taken with the person you're most close with, and I let it slip. Is that why he's telling me this? 'Cause it's terrible timing and... The Ben stepped forward, one grabbing her hand and the other taking her copies. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Seems thinking with two brains isn't enough to keep me from saying something dumb. You're one of the people I'm closest to on the planet, but that's the issue. I've only had a bit over a year to form relationships here. Even though you're important to me, we don't have a long history. The one looking at her looked to the other Ben. We've spent the entire time you were both asleep talking, and from what we can tell there's almost zero divergence in the knowledge we both have since we came to this world. The farther back we go though the easier it is to spot. The issue is that you don't have the proper context to know which is which. Hell, in some cases you wouldn't even know the questions. It's not like I'd expect you to know the name of my favorite movie, or the street I grew up on. She swallowed her embarrassment. Sometimes it seemed like he saw right through her, even without using his skill. So what? We just lose the trial now? Nothing we can do? No, they shook their heads. If it comes to it, we have a way to sort it out, but when we were talking we asked a question. Is there any reason not to simply work together? Obviously, her copy said, shocked at the suggestion. What if they attack us? What if they're evil? If you have a way to figure out who's real and who isn't, you should just do it now. Something about hearing that from someone who both looked and sounded just like her annoyed her to no end, but the same thought had passed through her own head. She had just been slower in asking. That won't happen. They told them with more confidence than Thera herself could feel. Everyone here truly believes they're the copy. We already checked both of your minds while you were asleep, and we checked each other immediately. Which seems pretty dumb to do. Her duplicate said. What if you were attacked and killed while I was asleep? And are you still connected? Plus, why have you been talking like that? It's creepy. Well, for the first I guess curiosity got the better of me, he said sheepishly. We spoke a little and he seemed safe enough. Both she and her duplicate put their head in their hands for a moment and accidentally said in tandem themselves, Ben, people die doing these things. Don't just hold hands with something that may be trying to kill you. They quickly glared at each other, not willing to extend the same trust Ben seemed to be giving so easily. And second, they raised their voice to get the attention of both Theras off each other. We have the same skill set, so connecting created a more interesting result than either of us anticipated. What do you mean? What did it do? It connected us more deeply than I've ever been able to before. It's more like we've become one mind that happens to have two bodies. It's honestly incredible. I can see with two sets of eyes, hear with two sets of ears. Think with two brains. She muttered. Remembering what they said earlier. Exactly. Okay, that sounds a little interesting, her duplicate conceded. But do you need to keep it up? I just want to enjoy it while I can. They responded with a casual shrug. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do something like this again. It's proving to be an interesting training experience for me. Just practice with one of your God's new believers. Something about this gives some real crazy person vibes. They were two perfectly in sync. Not just talking at the same time, they were blinking at the same time, and their movements were perfectly aligned, creating an unnatural level of fluidness in their actions. She got that he wanted to experiment with his skill, but she would much rather he explored this aspect in a way she didn't have to see. Unfortunately, he shot her down. I don't know if I'll ever be able to use my skill like this again. Even if I connect to someone else with the skill, their minds are too different. Here, with only some small variances, we are essentially the same person. Our minds are blending in a way I don't think it would be possible to do with someone else unless we were both at an incredibly high level of the skill. Maybe not even unless we awakened it. And that's why you don't want to tell us how to tell who the originals are. So you can practice longer? She understood he was big on improving himself, but at the same time if he knew who the real ones were he should just say so they could move on. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a big part of it, but also if there's 4 of us, we may have some easier times with whatever's ahead. Who's to say they'll even be able to make it to the next section? Her copy asked them. It doesn't look like any more monsters followed us from the last one. Maybe we killed them all. Anyway, who's to say they won't be able to? We may as well try and see how it goes. Both Theras looked at one another and felt defeated. It was clear to see neither Ben would budge on the matter, so what could they do? Infighting would only be more dangerous. Fine. They said together, before her duplicate turned away and let Thera continue. Even if they weren't connected the way Ben was, it seemed like having the same memories led to the same thought process. So what should we do? We were thinking that if this was the start of the new trial, then things are probably pretty safe here for now. Why don't we take the day to recover a bit and then we can start moving on? Her copy was quick to say what was on both of their minds. You just want to have more time for your experiments. Plus you're injured, we shouldn't waste time. This is one of the mildest injuries I've gotten since coming to this world, I'll be fine. Besides, a bit of rest would do us all well. Thera didn't like it. Being stuck with what was basically a perfect replica was an unsettling experience, but then again a bit more rest would feel pretty nice. Fine, but if they kill us in our sleep later, I'm going to be pissed. We'll keep taking turns to sleep like before. If we watch with our copies, then we can keep an eye on them too. Sound good? All she could do was sigh. At least the stakes seemed a bit less life and death. Oh, what the hell? Both Bens yelled while looking up at the sky. What's that supposed to mean? What happened? She asked, curious. The last few hours had left her bored out of her mind, and she got the impression her copy felt the same. She hadn't bothered to pack anything to keep herself entertained for the trial, because why would she? Downtime was the last thing she had expected. She would practice her magic if she could, but she didn't want to put any more stress on her staff than she had to since she was down to 1. She didn't know what might be ahead, but she didn't want to be without a weapon. That meant that as the hours passed, while the Bens practiced connecting, all she did was lay down and admire the scenery. At least until whatever just pulled them from their training. I got a new title. They said in unison, wearing an annoyed expression on their faces. What's so bad about that? Her copy asked, and she had to agree with the sentiment. Getting titles while doing a trial wasn't uncommon. It was well known that the gods watched mortals as they struggled through them, and if enough of them spoke about a participant they would inevitably get one. Not to mention that like any other part of a person's status, it was designed to help them grow. A title's effects were more vague than a skills or jobs, but they could help raise the levels of skills and attributes related to it, as well as provide access to uncommon or rare jobs that one may not normally get. She herself had gotten a title at her birth. As the first child of a great spirit in the world, she got the ever so uninspired one of Spirit Child. Presumably, the gods had taken an interest as she was the first of her kind from a race nobody thought could actually breed with regular mortals, and even if it felt more like a descriptor than anything, she was grateful for it and hoped to see what benefits it would provide one day as she grew her magical abilities. The idea that Ben wouldn't be happy to get something like that was surprising, at least until she found out what it was. The Forgotten One, they said, and Thera immediately understood why he was unhappy with it. He'd told her how he ended up alone in the world, no nation having taken him in, nobody even making an offer. How he'd been forgotten by the world he was brought here to help save. They couldn't know the context in which it was used, but that didn't change that it must have brought up some negative memories in a time when they needed to be at their best. Ben, she and her duplicate both started before trailing off, each of them for the first time that day hoping the other would have something to say, but neither could think of anything. Even if the title gave some benefits, that didn't guarantee it would be something the recipient would want to be known by. Don't worry about it, I'm just being grumpy. Mind if I get one of you to give me a hand with my practice? The Bens seemed to be trying to take their minds off it, and with how bored they were they both jumped at the chance, just as something different to do other than sit around, and since they were both so eager it was decided they both would, one following the other. When Thera went first and she was connected to them, she immediately noticed something different. Did your hidden mind level increase? She asked. When he first got it, it had felt like his mind had become more closed off to her when he used it, but now it was like she couldn't feel his mind at all. No, we were just seeing if our minds would be separated from each other if we tried to block you out or if we could be more selective, which looks like it works. To have the ability stack with itself is quite the bonus discovery though. I wonder how many levels in the skill I'll need for you to not hear anything normally. Well, I'm personally not a fan. I'd rather hear what's going on in your head as well if you're going to peer into mine. They thought for a moment. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. How does our mind seem to you when we're like this? Suddenly she got the full brute of his mind, and it was nothing like it normally was. If regularly it was like two people talking through a window, with his mind linked to his duplicate it felt more like she was being stared down on from above, being examined. She could still see them too, but the change in perspective was unsettling in ways she found difficult to describe and pulled away from their hands. Everything okay? They asked in concern, having felt her discomfort, and she tried to ignore how much she wanted to know which one was actually her Ben after dealing with the alienness of their combined mind. I'm fine, your mind just felt too different from usual. Honestly, not a fan. Sorry, we'll keep hidden mind up for the other Thera if you don't want to keep going. Yeah, I think that was enough for the day. Even though she'd been eager for a change that had been a little too much, so instead she watched from the side as they tested more things on her copy. The others seemed to be having an easier go of it, the Bens presumably keeping their minds hidden away, and a thought drifted into her mind she'd tried to avoid confronting. What if she's the real one? If Ben said they all believed they were real, then she believed him, but that just left her more worried. If the copies at least knew they were fakes, then she could be confident in her own existence, but as it was she had no way to be sure. Not to mention if she was fake, then what would happen to her after they completed the trial? Would she cease to exist? Disappearing as if she'd never been there to begin with? Really, what other option was there? She never paid too much attention when someone completed it or quit early, but she was sure she would have heard of challengers suddenly having a new twin. On the other hand, maybe nobody had decided to work with their duplicate like this before. Maybe enough people went right to violence or successfully figured out their teammate, but that didn't matter. Once again, she found herself wishing Ben would explain how to figure out who the real one was. If he really had a way like he said, then it could ease her mind considerably. Or make things significantly worse. She sighed and let herself fall back into the grass and dirt. What would she do with that information if she got it? Or her counterpart for that matter? If one of them was a copy of the other, then one might react very badly if the reveal didn't make the other party just vanish into thin air, probably why he wasn't just telling them. Either option would interfere with his training. As her thoughts wandered, her copy eventually pulled away from the other two. Finally done? She asked them. Can we start moving on? We only finished everything we could think to practice with another person, there's still more we want to do amongst ourselves. Okay, but what are we supposed to do? Her duplicate asked, sounding exhausted from whatever she had been put through by them. It's been hours already. We'll be good to move on in the morning. In the meantime, why don't you guys see what you can do with your magic? And risk destroying our staves? You can use a bit of magic without them, why not see what you can do together? The two Theras looked at one another. It was an interesting idea at least. She knew other mages would work together to achieve things that one alone wouldn't be able to, the option had just never been available to her. The combination of intense power and lack of control made it impractical to train with someone else in that way, so she never had. The only issue would be working with her. Well, it would pass the time. Her duplicate said hesitantly. Would you want to try? Up to this point, they hadn't really spoken to one another, it was more them talking to the Bens at the same time, but if her copy was going to open up a dialogue then she would at least give it a go. If she was still feeling the effects of the last part of the trial, she didn't think she would be able to react so calmly to the situation, but thankfully the anger seemed to be gone. Alright, let's give it a go. Both Thera and her copy found themselves laying on the ground after a few hours of work, sweat pouring down their faces. It had started out simple enough, they both wanted to see how much earth they could raise without a staff. Before her level up a while ago, she could suspend earth about 20 meters around her in the air until she lost her grip on it and it fell back down, and even then there wasn't really anything she could do with it, so it didn't act as real practice. Still, she hadn't tried it since, and giving it a go was happy to see she had improved, pulling only about 10 meters around her. She couldn't use it to form a spell, but she could make it hang in the air longer than previously, and even move it around to an extent, though not very much. When they both worked together though, they were able to do things she could never do alone, at least not without a staff to help focus her mana. While one of them raised the earth, the other focused on shaping it, bringing it together into a ball. It was still huge, bigger than even her typical earth bullet, but by combining their wills from there they were both able to launch it almost as far as a regular one, and with no worries of needing to replace any staves they were able to fire for as long as their energy would carry them. It wasn't their mana that gave out though, but their stamina and mental energy. They simply weren't used to how mentally taxing putting together and firing dozens of spells could be, and they needed to rest. The Bens were to the side, continuing on their own, and Thera was struck by the uncomfortable realization that she should try talking to her copy. They had just spent a couple of hours training together, but any time they spoke had been centered around that, but now that they were having a break to recuperate, what would they even say? If they really did possess almost the exact same personal history, then what would she want to say to herself? Do you think this is the right choice? Is what ended up slipping out, and her copy, thinking along the same lines, didn't need to ask what she meant by it. Of course. We want to be mages, we need to do the trial, since Mom decided to be a huge pain about it. What else could we do? Maybe we could have found a job to pay Falk for his work? Honestly, we should have been doing something this whole time instead of just leeching off his kindness. The idea seemed to take her duplicate by surprise. I guess we could have tried, but who would hire us for casual work? We can't exactly interact well with customers if they're afraid to get close to us. We can't cook, so that cuts out restaurants, and reworking in Analia would be a no-go with everyone knowing who our parents are. We could clean maybe. We do it for the clinic every now and then to help Sonia anyway. True, but then the issue is the pay. We'd never make enough to cover the rate we currently go through staves, which means our progress slows even more. I'd much rather get better as quick as I can to improve my magic before the world ends. You're right, she said with a sigh. But we'll have to if we fail the trial. Maybe not, her copy replied with some thought. Not like we couldn't make an arrangement with another country. Show the amount of raw mana on our card and I'm sure plenty of places would be willing to take the risk of training us in exchange for our service. Okay, but how long could that service be? I'd rather not spend 100 years working at the whims of a random kingdom, not to mention how pissed Mom would be if we pulled something like that. Plus the political ramifications of working for another country, I think that really needs to be our last option. Also true. Her copy assented. Still, it wouldn't hurt to look into a bit if things don't go our way here. I don't know about you, but I don't want to have to give up my passion just because it would be inconvenient for the country if we officially start working for another. I guess worst to worst, if we could find a good offer we could just threaten Mom about taking it and see if she feels more agreeable, she said, a wicked smile forming on her face. It would be fun to cause her some stress for once. Her copy agreed, thinking back to how much of a pain her mother had been when she first met Ben, not to mention all the times while growing up. After having a nice chance to relax and breaking the ice with their chat, they went back to practicing. Neither Ben seemed like they would stop anytime soon, and they wouldn't waste the opportunity either. After many more hours of practice and a night of sleeping in shifts, they finally resumed the trial, walking deeper into the forest in the hopes that they would soon see its end. Both Bens took the lead, still hand in hand, unwilling to give up the chance to practice, but also because it let them see out of each other's eyes, creating a larger range of vision than would normally be possible. Both Theras hung to the back, staves ready in case anything came up, but at least for the time everything seemed calm. It really did seem like a relaxing walk through the woods at the moment, but after some thought it made sense. If the point of this section was all about the duplicates, then they had already seen what it had to offer, they just elected to do nothing about it. It had seemed to take about a day of walking to get from the start of one section to the end of another if the first two were any indication, and with nothing else popping up perhaps this expanse was meant to be a little break from any stress assuming they completed it early. Or maybe it's so we could run in the event a fight happened and didn't go well. She quietly thought. No point dwelling on that though, they had chosen peace with their copies so that wasn't a concern, at least for now. Maybe things would change if the next section of the trial never appeared and Ben was forced to reveal how to figure out who the originals were. She personally didn't know how she would react, but she couldn't imagine herself just sitting down and accepting it. Would she try and progress further in or try and turn back? Really just do anything to determine the truth of it if it wasn't self-evident in some way. Still no point in worrying, they would get there when they get there. On the opposite side, they would face a different issue if Ben's proposed strategy of everyone working together were to be possible. Food. They had only packed so much, and while sharing a couple meals with their duplicates wasn't too bad for their supplies, doing it for too long could leave them feeling pretty tight by the end of it. After a few more hours of walking, everyone began feeling antsy. The nervousness that came with nothing happening made them want to find the next section even quicker, but there was no hurrying the trial. All they could do was keep going. Thera was going to turn to her copy, just to discuss anything to pass the time, when she felt her head pound. Earth magic level increased. It felt like a mind had slammed into her own, as if Ben had tried connecting with her by giving her a headbutt and somehow forced a sense of déjà vu on her. She couldn't immediately process the notification through the pain, putting her head in her hands and gripping her temples. What? Why did it increase? She would normally rejoice, but at the moment she was too confused and filled with pain to be happy. If it was going to level up, then why hadn't it during practice with her copy earlier? Speaking of, did anyone else feel it, or was it just her being targeted by whatever the trial threw at them? When she found the energy to look up, both her and Ben's duplicate were gone, and Ben was on the ground. Ben! She rushed to his side and looked him over. Whatever happened hit him significantly worse than her. He was unconscious, and blood was leaking from his nose and eyes. She had a bit of medical knowledge from reading some of Sonia's books as well as a skill, but she didn't know what she could do about this beyond some basic measure. She made sure he laid comfortably on his back and raised his legs to aid blood flow to his brain while loosening his clothes to try and make sure they didn't constrict his breathing. As for the bleeding, she couldn't be sure, but thought it might be strain. Still, she wasn't a healer of any sort and didn't know what else to do. For maybe the first time she cursed the fact she didn't have access to any healing magics. In Stonewall, she never worried too much about it, as long as they could make it back to the town they'd be fine, but even if she tried to carry him back now it would take days. With no other option, she took his hand, sat down beside him, and waited to see if his condition improved. Ben's head screamed at him as he came back to consciousness. God, what now? He knew he shouldn't have been passed out for any reason and worried about whatever he would wake up to this time. If he hadn't gotten lucky with the last bit of the trial, it could have been bad. He cracked open his eyes, fighting past the feeling they'd been glued shut, and looked up at Thera, sitting beside him. UHG. What happened this time? Even with his mind connected to his copy, he was still at a loss, and somehow it felt different from before. His mind still felt expanded, capable of focusing on more things than normal, but to a lesser extent. Maybe he was still asleep? He went to shake his duplicate awake, but realized he wasn't holding anyone and he wasn't connected. That couldn't be right though. If that was the case, then what was happening with his mind? She moved with a start and must not have been looking at him. He much preferred when he could see her face, but keeping her cloaked was the safe move when they didn't know if anything would be attracted to them out here. I don't know. I got a headache and for some reason leveled up in earth magic and you passed out. Try not to move until you feel up to it. There was worry in her voice, and he decided to take her advice. At least until the pounding in his brain went down. Thinking back, he felt like he had heard the start of a system notification when his head exploded with pain. He swore if he got another title like Injured One or something, then he would be doing something drastic to raise his sacrilege level one way or another. Even if he liked Myriad, he wasn't exactly over the other gods just leaving him in this world and forgetting about him. Maybe not the best train of thought considering he was currently a priest, but he wasn't likely to change his personality for the job. As he reached for his card to see whatever the system had in store for him, he tried to learn more. And what about the other two? Gone. I guess we're in the next section and they weren't allowed to join us. Speaking of, can I finally know how you would have told us apart? Damn, there goes an extra set of hands. He thought to himself before answering her. Both of our copies got their mana from the trial itself. I could feel it flowing into them from the ground when I connected to you both as well as my own copy. I guess there weren't originally any members of your race that could do that, or at least not well enough to tell. Your god's really going to need to update this section now that mine has a dozen some odd believers in the nation. Wish you just told me. I worried that if I said it aloud they would disappear. Maybe a silly concern, considering any gods watching have probably been reading our minds this whole time, but figured why waste a resource. He could tell she wasn't satisfied with that answer, so he sighed and gave a longer explanation. When I linked with my copy, he was as quick to realize he was the duplicate as I was. He took it surprisingly well, all things considering, and was the one to suggest we should work together if it was possible. He just didn't want you both knowing who was who if we could get away with it. Why not? It's not like we could do anything about it, and it would have calmed me down to know at least. Sure, it would have calmed you to know you were the original, but what about your duplicate? He shot back. Even if she handled it well, we just felt it would be cruel to let her know that and have her deal with the uncertainty of what would happen to her once the trial was done. She fell silent at that, and Ben knew he couldn't leave it there. But I'm sorry I kept it from you. I know it was stressing you out, and I probably should have focused on my Thera's feelings instead of something produced by the trial. Your Thera? She said jokingly, a bit more cheer coming from her. You know what I mean. She let out a long sigh. Well, I get where you're coming from at least. If she really did think she was me, then it would have been hard on her to know. I was worried enough that it might be me after all. She seemed more at ease with it, so he finally looked at his card, trying to see what might have changed and finding more than he'd expected. A level up in both focus and connect, as well as a new passive skill, called Complex Mind. Most shockingly of all though was his intelligence had risen by 50%, bringing the total up to 316. Well, at least it's not a dumb new title. He tried to joke with himself before giving it all some serious thought. So I would assume the reason it still feels like I'm connected to my copy is because of my new skill, which is cool and all, but why did I get it and the level ups? Not to mention the massive intelligence boost. Thera said she got a level up in her earth magic, what if? Thera, anything else happen when you got the level up? Anything weird? He asked, eager to see if his theory was correct. She could see the seriousness in his eyes and gave it careful thought before answering. It kind of felt like connecting with you, I guess, but much more violent maybe? It gave me a serious feeling of déjà vu though, so I guess it rattled my mind pretty bad. Déjà vu? He asked, feeling excited as he thought he was on the right track. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, it just kind of messed with how my thoughts lined up. Sorry, that's not super helpful. No, that's fantastic. He said as she sat there confused, waiting for the explanation he was eager to give. I think we must have combined with our copies and gotten a bit of a boost from it. Since you were working on your earth magic, maybe the experience you had lined up between the two of you let you pass on to the next level, and I'd been grinding focus and connect with it, so I leveled up. Okay, but why did it knock you out? Not sure if you noticed, but you have blood on your face that came from your eyes and nose when it happened. He rubbed his face and felt some dried blood flake off. Guess that explains why my eyes felt glued shut. He casually thought to himself, before explaining. I think that was because I was connected to my copy while it happened. The trial tried to smash our minds together when they had basically almost merged after 2 days of being connected. That sounds kind of dangerous, she told him with a worried look. Are you sure you're okay? He took stock of himself before answering. The headache is fading, though a bit slowly for my liking. I'm not sure if it happened as a side effect of my mind being forced together like that or as a way to stop it from being damaged, but it looks like I got a new passive skill that keeps me in a similar state to when I was connected with my duplicate. Oh, that's good, she said hesitantly, and Ben remembered she hadn't exactly enjoyed the feeling of his mind like that when he had tried practicing with her the previous day. Should we test it out? He asked, holding his hand out to her, and she took it without any complaint. He was a little worried that she wouldn't be able to deal with it. Aside from his houseplant Frederick, she was the one he worked on the skill the most with. Not having her help would be a serious blow to his training he would need to overcome. He tried not to let that show in his thoughts though, which was hard without activating hidden mind. He needed her to feel his thoughts in their new natural state without thinking anything that might compel his friend into doing something she wouldn't want to do. It seems fine, she said thoughtfully. It didn't have that weird peering down feeling it had before at least. If I had to describe it, I'd say your mind somehow felt broader. Or maybe bigger would be better? It just felt like there was more of it. A bit vague as far as changes to his mind went, but as the person who underwent said change, he had to agree. Still, he could get Myriad to look at him later when he was out of the trial. For now all that mattered was knowing that Thera wouldn't be bothered by it, thankfully. That left one important matter to deal with. So do we keep going then? He asked her, but she shook her head. That's up to you. Your arm and head are injured. If you don't think you can go on, then we'll turn around. She looked at him and waited for an answer. He was sure she wouldn't judge him if he wanted to turn back. The fact she got a level up was probably a huge boost to her willingness to give in if she needed to, as well as his potential injuries, but he shook his head. I'm good, the headache's fading, and the arm isn't that bad. You also bleed out of your nose and eyes. But I'm not currently, he said with a shrug. Neither are giving me any pain, so I think it was just strain from whatever the trial did to me. I can keep going. She stared at him a little longer, evaluating him, not wanting to put him in more danger than she already had, getting him to help her, before ultimately accepting it. Okay, let's go. As they walked, Ben tried to gauge the changes the skill had made to his mind, or maybe it would be correct to say the changes to his mind that resulted in the skill. He wasn't really sure, and at the current time, the distinction didn't matter. Right off the bat, his focus seemed significantly better compared to what it was before, but he couldn't be sure how much of that came from his level up in its particular skill and his intelligence increase. He was fairly confident the new skill was contributing though. Other than that, the most obvious change was he seemed to be able to think about more at once. He was fairly sure he had read once that a person is typically capable of keeping 3 or 4 thoughts going at the same time. Unless he was mistaken, he was managing about 6 casual ones, but when he focused, he could manage 2 dedicated streams of consciousness, one to pay attention to the trial around him and the other to keep up with what he was doing, examining the changes to his own mind. The second, slightly less noticeable change, was that he seemed more aware of the environment around him. Instead of being confined to taking a narrow or a broad view of things, he thought he was managing both to an extent. If he had to describe it, he would compare it to looking at a painting. Instead of alternating between taking it in as a whole versus admiring the brushstrokes, it was like it had improved his ability to see both, even when he only intended to do one. It was far from perfect, but presumably as he leveled it, the ability would improve. That just left 2 questions. How to level the ability, and should he? If he had to make an assumption, the act of leveling the skill would probably be accomplished by pushing his mind and trying to make it think multiple things at once on a frequent basis. At least that's what he would assume he would need to do to improve a skill that seemed to increase the number of thoughts a person could carry, but he would see if his God could shed any light on the matter once he was out of the trial. As for the second question, well, that felt a bit more complicated. No other skill had altered him to such an extreme level before. Sure, his crafting seemed to give him some innate knowledge on how to improve, but that felt more like a buildup of the things he'd already learned solidifying themselves in his mind. WorldSpeak Plus was probably the closest to truly mind-altering. It did download an entire language into his head, essentially creating a new framework to view the world through. But it didn't delete the previous one either, it just added to his existing knowledge. This was different. A skill had just changed the way he would forever perceive the world in a noticeable way, and would continue to alter his mind more and more if he chose to level it up. A part of it felt horrifying. When he had been under the impression that he would go back to how he normally was when he left the trial, he wanted to get as much of the experience as he could while he could. But now that this was his normal state of mind, he didn't know how to react. But on the other hand, the one he knew he would ultimately listen to, he was aware of how useful the skill would be, especially if he leveled it up more. Multiple lines of thought inspecting his work, catching mistakes, and being able to develop new ideas. It was tantalizing, the growth this skill might help him achieve. Irresistible really, and when he thought about trying to utilize it with his new application of Connect and Enchantment, his mouth watered. Being able to enchant with other people's skills was incredible enough to him, but if he was able to dedicate what was essentially 2 full minds to the task on top of his increased intelligence attribute, well, he was willing to bet he would be able to bring the time it took to do it down significantly. Thera nudged him while they walked and managed to come across as curious, even with her face hidden, so he told her what was occupying his thoughts, while at the same time rolling ideas around his head. After explaining his worries, she shared her opinions on the matter. I see where you're coming from. I'm not sure if I've ever heard of a skill altering a person's mind quite like that before. But at the same time, I've never paid much attention to mind skills. I know meditation, and that's really it. Of course, with the vast number that exist and the system itself creating new ones when it feels justified or whatever criteria it needs happen, there could be plenty that are just on the rare side of things. He let out a sigh. Another thing he wanted to look into given the chance. It probably wouldn't be good to get too many skills that had such a drastic change on a person. Even if the system couldn't do anything that would directly harm the people it acted on, he didn't want to learn firsthand just how drastically it was capable of changing them. So when you said you know meditation, did you mean you're aware of it, or, he let the obvious question hang. At this point, he still wasn't aware of any of her skills aside from her charm and earth magic. He didn't want to pry, and he was pretty sure she didn't really care about any of her other ones anyway, but he couldn't help but be a little curious about it. I have it. She told him, not seeming to mind at all. When I was younger, I thought getting a skill that would help with my mental focus would improve my magic's control, but it didn't make any noticeable difference, even after raising its level a couple times. It did improve my dancing though, so I guess that was a positive while I would do it. I honestly can't imagine how the two would be connected. When he thought of meditating, his mind went to old wise monks, not dancing young women, but Thera was quick to correct him on his assumption. The ability to keep your head clear while performing can be super useful. You stop worrying about the people watching you or overthinking what you need to do and instead just act. At least I found it useful. Interesting, it sounds similar to my focus in that regard. I wonder how well the skills would stack. Maybe I should take some time to try and get it. Wait, so you performed on stage? He asked, completing his thought aloud. Is that really so surprising? I did tell you I had trained to be a dancer. I guess I just never put 2 and 2 together. What was that like? Must have been cool. She thought for a moment before answering. Nerve-wracking? Isolating too, I guess. She could see the question forming in his eyes, so she explained before he needed to ask. Even with my cloak on, the first few rows of seats would always be empty with the exception of my family and any servants my mother convinced to go. Any succubi was typically torn between the desire to rub elbows with my family and the fear that I might inflict them with my charm as easily as they could to any other race. What? But your cloak works fine, that's ridiculous. But not surprising, she responded. A lot of people are typically afraid of races with passive magics, and apparently when I was born, the vast majority of succubi around me were immediately taken in. Word got around. Of course, it is pretty hypocritical that so many of them also want to be able to visit other nations without having to deal with one of these things, she said with a humph. The conversation forced Ben to remember that even though he'd been teasing her for being something of a princess, his friend's life had been by no means easy, and he promised himself he would renew his efforts to improve his skills so he could make a better enchantment for her brace. He would get it down to a level where she wouldn't need to wear a cloak everywhere she went, no matter how long he needed to grind his enchanting and connect skills. It also meant that no matter what tantalizing options might be available next time, he would be selecting enchanter as his next job, though who knew how long that would take. As he considered all of this, a far-off sound seemed to drift to his ear. Help! Ben stopped in his tracks. Did you hear that? I think so, she said, easing his mind. At the very least, it wasn't another case of only him noticing something. What are we supposed to do about this though? I mean, I'd think we go check it out? Sounds like it's the way we're going anyway. They hadn't stopped moving when they heard the cry for help, so they were slowly getting closer anyway. Yeah, we'll check it out. I more meant someone's yelling for help. Do we run and hurry or not? I don't exactly know what's happening, so getting there quickly might be important. But on the other hand, maybe that's a trap to distract us and so we'll fall into a pit and die. He thought for a moment. I mean, I really hope your god's a bit more creative than to do death pits twice, but you're right, what do you want to do? As they spoke, their speed had increased slightly and the yelling had continued. Something about it had nagged at Ben, making him want to rush to it more than he thought he would, considering it was part of the trial. He reached to connect to a tree to see if that shook the feeling, but it didn't help. Either the feeling was actually coming from himself or the trial had compensated for his ability. He didn't know how adaptable it was. Still, he was able to ignore it for now and waited for Thera to decide. The trial was more important for her than it was for him after all. She hesitated for a minute before making her choice. I don't want to learn that this part is about protecting someone only to find out we failed before we even make it to them. Come on, let's hurry. It was good enough for him, although he did make use of his now expanded mind as they ran to try and watch out for anything that may show up on the path, not that he was sure it would help, all the while listening to the calls growing closer. It was a higher voice, but distinctly male. Presumably young. Something about it gnawed at his mind. He was growing more and more sure he knew the voice, he just couldn't place it. They went with as much haste as they could muster, Ben letting the feeling take over and running as hard as any time his life depended on it, lungs aching and legs pounding. Somehow he was even pulling ahead of Thera, something she would have been more concerned about if she took the time to notice. She may have been shorter than him, but her agility stat was much higher. It should have given her an edge in overtaking him. Perhaps if she had paid more attention, she would have noticed she was under the effect of a minor debuff, and that Ben was slightly buffed, not enough to be too noticeable, especially when one was rushing, but enough to make the difference and slowly split them up as he pulled ahead. If Ben was less distracted, he may have slowed down himself to help them stick together, but the nagging feeling in his mind was slowly turning to one of familiarity. He recognized the voice, he just couldn't place how. It definitely wasn't Carly or Glob, that was for sure, but why would anyone else be in the woods of the trial? When he came to a clearing in the woods, he saw the figure of a child, clawing at the ground as a vine that had wrapped around them seemed to pull them into a waiting pit. Really? We're doing death pits twice? He thought to himself before he was going to run towards them to help when he heard a dull thud from behind him and Thera scream. He looked back and whatever had snared the child had gotten her too. A long thick vine had coiled around her and started to pull her to her own endless hole in the ground. He didn't understand what this part of the trial was meant to accomplish, but the choice was easy for him. He wasn't going to hesitate to save Thera. At least he wasn't until the kid called his name. Ben? Ben, help me. Please, I'm scared. What's happening? He felt his blood run cold and turned to look again, seeing a face raised from the ground to scream and cry for him while tiny hands desperately clawed at the earth, trying to get a handhold to keep them from being pulled farther, but without any luck. He knew that face. He knew the voice too, and had to ask himself how he could have not been able to recognize it before. Both belonged to someone he knew couldn't be in this world, someone he wanted to see again, so desperately at times it hurt to think about. His little brother Mark. It was enough to make him hesitate as his newly augmented mind went into overdrive. For just a moment he believed it, but he knew it couldn't actually be his brother. He didn't know if any of these trials would be able to kidnap someone outside of them, but in the case of his younger brother it wouldn't be reaching across the planet but a universe. His body would have to be remade from the ground up the same as his own was in order to be able to exist in the world at all, a task that was supposedly incredibly difficult even for the gods. There was no way it had been done for a single god's trial. Ben knew with every fiber of his being it wasn't his brother, but that didn't stop his mind from asking what if? He stood there for precious moments as Thera yelled for his help and his brother screamed and cried, begging for Ben to save him. He felt sick to his stomach as he turned around and ran to Thera, ignoring the cries coming from behind him. In the time he'd wasted she'd gotten to the edge of the pit, unable to escape the vine that snared her. Only by virtue of the strength he'd managed to grow since working at a forge was he able to fight against it, pulling with all of his might against the force of the thing, trying to close his mind off from the screams behind him. With every inch he was able to pull her back, it ate at his heart more, having to push out such a familiar voice that desperately needed his help so he could focus on saving his friend, until finally, thankfully, the vine seemed to give up. Thera was free, and the forest was silent again. He looked back, now that she was out of danger, and there was nothing behind him. That pit was gone, and so was his mark. With that bit of peril seemingly done, he walked over to the nearest tree he could find, fell to his knees, and started vomiting against it. Once he'd emptied his stomach of everything it contained, he realized that Thera had come up behind him at some point and was rubbing his back. He didn't know what to say, so instead of anything he flopped down into the dirt and breathed, trying to clear his head. "Hey Myriad, you wouldn't happen to have a trial in this world, would you?" he asked, forgetting for a moment that his god wouldn't be able to answer him, and finished his thought aloud. "'Cause if you have any fucked up shit like that in it, then we're going to have issues." Thera was sitting beside him keeping watch and seemed to take his sudden statement as a sign to speak to him. "Do you want to talk about it?" She moved beside him and gently ran her fingers through his hair while he laid on the ground, waiting for him to open up. He didn't want to talk. He was too filled with anger, with sadness and guilt and so much more. Even if he knew it wasn't real, watching the family he felt he'd abandoned on Earth by dying calling for help had been too much. But he owed her an explanation as to why he hesitated to save her, so he rolled over to face her, though still not getting up. "That was my little brother. I mean, it couldn't have been my actual brother, I know that. There's no way the gods exerted the sort of effort it would take to bring him here just for a trial where he would be killed off in front of me, but that felt just a little too real. Sorry, I hesitated back there." "Don't be, I knew there must have been a reason. Just take it easy, we'll rest here for a while." She hadn't gotten a good look at the boy when she had been dragged to the ground, and at the time her mind had been more focused on thoughts of escaping the vine that snared her, but after it had been obvious it must have been someone close to Ben. She just hadn't expected the trial to show him the family he knew he would never see again. He gave a silent nod in agreement. He needed a few minutes at least, preferably more. At the very least it didn't seem like they would encounter more like that considering how the last bit of the trial had gone down. Finish the thing it wanted you to do, and then move on to the next bit. He just didn't get the point of it all. Maybe it would have made more sense to him if he'd spent some time looking into Analia herself given that it was her trial and all, but with everything else it slipped his mind. If he was ever going to do something ridiculous, like agree to one of these trials again, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Though it wasn't exactly too late. There was still more of the trial, and he had a worshipper there with him. Thera, tell me a bit about your god. Why are you asking about that now? She asked, curious and a bit worried about how it related to what they just went through. Because I was an idiot who tried to prepare tools without trying to understand the gods who made the trial. I should have tried to get in their heads more when figuring out what to do and how to prepare, and now I want to correct that if it's not too late. His biggest mistake had been assuming the trial would be combat-focused. In his mind it just seemed obvious, the gods wanted strong believers to try and fight off the coming invasion. What he hadn't accounted for was that many of these trials originally hailed from each god's homeworld. Just because they currently needed strong believers didn't mean that was always what they wanted to see from them, and he wouldn't be surprised if the gods couldn't alter their trials once they were made given what Myriad told him. If it was hard for gods to make something that could exist in the mortal realm, then presumably changing it could have some drastic results, not to mention how long it could take to make or alter one to begin with. As all of those variables ran through his head, Thera started telling him about her god. I'm not sure how much I can really share. I do worship Analia, but I haven't delved too much into her history and stories. I really just know the common ones. She's the mother goddess of the succubi and rules over love and seduction, the second aspect being why all succubi and incubi have access to charm magic from birth. I guess that makes sense for a love goddess, gotta win hearts somehow. Well, when I say love, it isn't just about romantic attraction, it's about all sorts, like familial love and friendship too. She went on to spend the next hour telling the stories that she knew. Raising the first succubi and growing their civilization, teaching them how to use their charm, as well as how to use it responsibly, how to live well, and many more, ending on the death of their world, where Eulalia's husband sacrificed himself to let their people escape. He felt a picture begin to form in his mind of the trial, but wanted to know more. And what about her husband then? Talona, right? She shook her head as he asked. He's been dead for a long time now. I know plenty of succubi still learn about him, but I'm only really familiar with him to the extent he's part of Anilia's stories. She paused and thought for a minute. Well, other than the fact that he represented unity and strength. Wait, are succubi particularly strong? No offense or anything, but you and Sonia are pretty much what I would expect strength-wise from my own race. Again she shook her head. I'm told it was more about emotional strength. Being a pillar that could support themselves and the people around them. Okay, so if we focus on what your gods represent and how it's related to the trail so far, I guess the last one has to do with the condition for the trial itself. I needed to be in a position where I would choose you over someone else important in my life. The one before it tested our knowledge of each other, though we kind of worked around that aspect. Before that, maybe it was testing our ability to work together and trust each other while angry maybe? As for the first one, if I had to guess it would be teamwork or problem solving, but come on, if that's what it was supposed to be, surely they could have figured out something better than pits in the ground. He trailed off as he muttered to himself, trying to work out how everything they had gone through might relate to the properties of the gods that built the trial. Some of the connections he made felt a bit weak to him, but he couldn't figure out anything else it might be. That just left a problem. It doesn't really give us any clues about what might be next or how much more we'd have to go through. He sighed. It had already been 5 days, and he had no way of knowing if they were being fast or slow about it. He knew it took between 1 or 2 weeks to finish the trial based on past results, but that didn't really help him. If he assumed that in the past people had done roughly 1 section a day like they were doing and made it out in 7, then they were almost done. Alternatively, if the ones who made it out in a week somehow managed to finish 2 a day, then they still had over a week to go, which wasn't a fun prospect, especially since he currently wasn't in a good emotional state to keep going immediately. It was getting pretty late anyway, so they decided to make camp for the night as Ben tried to get his thoughts under control. As they sat down and ate, Thera spoke up, breaking his silence. Can I ask about your family? He wasn't expecting it, and he was a little taken by surprise. Sure, but why? I know they're important to you, I guess I just want to know. She told him with a little shrug. She'd never asked before, she could see in his eyes any time they or his homeworld were brought up that the wound was still raw, and she wasn't sure if talking about it would help him currently or not, but she wanted to try. Not only that, but the trial had been showing her how much more there was to discover about her soul friend. It made her want to learn more. It didn't seem like he was any more upset by the question than the trial had already made him. Sure, what do you want to know? Anything, I guess. What were they like? He laid his head back and thought for a bit. What do you say to describe some of the most meaningful people in your life? My brother Mark, the one we just... Well, anyway, he's a ball of energy. My parents had him when I was 9, I think because they were sick of me asking for a sibling. He told her, letting a little chuckle out. Even with a pretty big age difference we would still play together a lot, different games, and he'd watch me draw. He didn't like to do it himself though, he's much more sporty than me. I spent a lot of time with the parents cheering him on during whatever sport he'd signed up for in a given year. He always put in his best effort. Sounds like he kept you busy, she said with a small smile beneath her hood. Huh. You have no idea. He always wanted some attention, and as long as I wasn't too busy with school and my own hobbies I didn't mind. Wish I gave him more time now. He felt regret washing over him, but tried to push it back and move on. As for my parents, well, they were disgustingly in love. I kind of saw a bit of how they would act in your parents, to be honest, and they always insisted we'd all do something as a family at least once a week, so there were a lot of family games nights after school and when they were done work. Were you any good at those? She asked him with a light joking tone. She had a guess. Absolutely not, he laughed. Literally years of playing under my belt and I only won a handful of times. It was downright embarrassing. You would think parents would let their kid win every now and then, but they were ruthless. Not really sure what else to say. Mom was the main cook of the house except for weekends when Dad took over. Since that was when everyone was free, he'd always try and make a big deal of it and go all out. I really would like to try and replicate a few of the recipes if I can. He thought back to all the meals his parents would make and how the flavors would blend together. I'll try making you some if I can. God knows, I'll have to get creative with ingredients though. How does this world have so many races that look similar to humans, and a bunch of monsters that look like powerful versions of creatures from my world, but I haven't seen a single apple? It's nuts, I tell you. Well, if you do, I'd like that. You've already gotten me to expand my palate with everything you're always trying anyway. Huh, what am I supposed to do, not try everything I see? And sharing keeps me from packing on pounds eating it all myself. He felt himself ease up, like some of the anger, and lift it off of him. Thanks, Thera. For what? He shrugged. Talking. Anyway, mind if I sleep first? I'm feeling pretty worn out, and whatever happened when I merged with my copy is still leaving me with a bit of a headache. Of course, go ahead and I'll wake you in a bit. Thanks. As he got himself sorted for the night, Thera made herself comfortable. As much of a pain as her parents could be, she never doubted they were loving. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she was never able to see them again. She had never needed to learn how to emotionally support others, with all the people she would normally interact with before meeting Ben having decades on her, but it was something she would try and improve on. Now that she had someone she could call a friend, she wanted to be there to support him as much as he'd been trying to support her.